Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give the divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, roll call. Item listed 2. Table, kindly do as the honors and quickly take the roll.
Abaka Samuel Erickson, Abanga Abdullahi, Abdullahi Jacob Idris, Abdul Latif Dan, Abdul Salam Adams, Ablakwa Samuel Okujetu, Abuaji George Kwame, Abuaji Kwejo Nyampong, Abudu Lariba Zuwera, Echampon Brian, Echampon Charles, Echampon Richard, Akwa Aku Sophia Karen Edem, Akwa Alexander Akwesi, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Kofi Idi, Adi Teddy Safori, Aduyao Frimpong, Ajay Kwesi Boaten, Adum Frederick Obeng, Adumako Mensa Alex, Adumako Mensa Collins, Adongo Isaac, Edu Johnson Kweku, Edu Chum Yao Osei, Afenyo Makin Alexander Kwamena, Afo Eric, Efripa Mensa Akwesi Owusu, Efriye Nana Eyu, Efriye Kweku, Agaoga James, Agbebe Charles, Agboja Kwame Govens, Ejapon Ken Ohene, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajiman Menu Kweku, Ajiman Rollins Zaneto, Ejenim Boatin Kweku, Ahinkra Kingsley Collins, Ahinkwa Frederick Yao, Ahin Samson, Ahiafo Bernard, Edu William Okureku, Akando Kwabinamenta, Akanvariva Lydia Lamisi, Echia Samuel Atta, Alazuga Albert Akuka, Alasan Abdullah Idi, Alasan Bashiru A. Fuseini, Alasan Lydia Seiram, Alasan Shaibu Suhini, Aliu Mahama Umar Farouk, Alowute Angela Oforiwa, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amewu John Peter, Ameyaw Treme Kwesi, Amwa Osei Bonsu, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Ata Kwesi, Ampem Thomas Nyako, Ampofu Chumesi Kwame, Abrachum Sapon Kweku, Anre Emmanuel Ejei, Enim Ernest Yao, Enim Moses, Anodon Pre Frank, Entry Eugene Boache, Anyimedu Entry Kwame, Apa Clement Abbas, Apia J. Patricia, Apia Kubi Andy Kwame, Ama Prince Hamidu, Asamoah Vincent Opon, Asante Kwejo, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asensu Boachi Francis, Esiama Isaac Kwame, Esiama Kwabena Amankwa, Esiama Ejei Nana Amadukua, Asefua Vincent Eko, Atamil Samuel, Aveji James Kluchei, Avoka Cletus Apul, Ewa Ignatius Bafo, Awuni Theresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Ayiku Benjamin Nati, Ayini Dominic Akuritinga, Befi Michael Ochre, Baba Benson Tongo, Baligi Bright Bachi Yilville, Bandim Azuma Abed Nego, Bano Patrick, Batel Sheila, Bawa Edward Abambiri, Bedra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bettino Joseph, Blankson Alex, Boachi Henry Yadom, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Akwesi Dapo, Boatin Amapuma, Boatin Joseph Apia, Bobie Evans Opoku, Botre Daniel, Brahma Mohammed Bawa, Boa Emmanuel Ama Kofi, Bukari Joseph Nikpe, Chinia Amidu Isahaku, Chiragia Samson Tagumbu, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Crenso Abeku, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joseph, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafiame Paul Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame, Dalu Thomas Ada, Dapila Cletus Seidu, Daku Daniel Ohene, Daku Mensa Kwabna Ochre, Dauda Collins, Dawuni Abukari, Derry Ambrose, Jonubua Alex Tete, Donko Elvis Morris, Donko Kwabena, Duka George Miracle, Ehianana, Fojo John Intim, Forsen Casil Atuba, Frimpon Joseph, Gakwe Joseph Jujoli, George Samuel Nati, Gansa Alasan Kobina, Gate Joe, Gidisu Wisdom, Gomado Yao, Gomashi Ablan Jifa, Jemfi Emmanuel Akwesi, John Alexander, John Mensa Richard, Hammond Kobina Tahir, Hanson Noti Hives, Haruna Seidu, Hayford Ophelia Mensa, Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Ahmed, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Zuwera Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isifu Seidu, Jabba John Benam, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Jalula Stephen Bampen, Josel Godfrey Seidu, Janapo John Abdullahi, Janapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kinney Geoffrey, Kissy Dixon Adumako, Konedu Akwesi, Kumsin Mavis Hawa, Kosa Martin Kweku AJ Mensah, Kodo Benjamin Komla, Kum Ebenezer Kojo, Kuma John Ampotua, Kuma Joseph Kwame, Kuyon Solomon, Kwachi Aka Pitayao, Kwatin Kweku Ajiman, Kofie Festus Ewua, Chei Mensah Bonsu Osei, Treme Nelson, Labi Oscar Ofori, Latte Agnes Namomo, Liwal Oscar, Mahama Esei Seini, Mahama Nasir Tari, Menu Adabo Francis, Mafo Emmanuel, Mafo Kofi Ahinkra, Mbomba Thomas, Mensah Betty Nana Efua Crosby, Mensah Francisca Oten, Mensah Isaac Ejay, Mensah Joseph Kwesi, Mensah Tina Gifty Na Ayele, Mensah Adriu Kofi Ejapa, Morrison Cynthia Mamle, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, Musa Abdul Aziz Ayaba, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nawani Mark Ket, Newman Dakwa, Nitiwo Dominic Bingam Aduna, Nkansabwe Dumwevis, Nokoe Kofi Ako, Nogbe Ernest Henry, Nochukote Peter Akwesi, Intim Adledge, Intim Augustine Collins, Intosu Helen Ajua, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyaku Bismarck Tete, Nyaku Kingsley, Nyaku Kwamena Minta, Obintechi George Kwabena, Obin Boatin Alfred, Oklulinda Ohinewa Akwele, Odampton Isaac Ashai, Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth, Okofu Dati Williams, Ochri Ejukum Kofi, Opoku Davis Ansa, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Opon Kruma Kojo, Osei John Frimpon, Osei Kennedy Nyakun, Osei Asari Abena, Osei Owusu Joseph, Oti John Kwabena Bless, Otute Christian Kolete, Owusu Bio Benito, Owusu Ekufo Esla, Peitu Desmond de Graft, Pelpo Abdurrashid Hassan, Prempe Frida Akosua, Prempe Matthew Opoku, Corte Henry, Kwesi James Jachi, Ramadan Mohammed Adamu, Rekit Hagan George Kweku, Safo Sarah Ajwa, Sandari Sebastian Ingamenso, Sanid Suleiman Adamu, Sanye John Kobina Abam Aboa, Soya Queensta Mami Pokwa, Sefe Richard Kwame, Setre Benjamin Yeboah, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowa Dela Ajwa, Sowa Retana Odele, Suparu Adams Mohammed, Sulemana Adama, Sulemana Alasan Tampuli, Sulemana Yusuf, Suma Anthony Mwinkara, Tahidu Abdulrazak, Teria Augustine, Telabi Ebenezer Oklete, Tete Joycelyn, Tete Sylvester, Tete Agotui Gizela, Tete Joseph Akwete, Tofe Dokas, Tobu Peter Lachini, Tufeiru Mohammed Haji, Chum Ampofu Gifty, Chum Berima Paul Apreku, Yusuf Mustafa, Vanderpoy Alfred Oko, Vanderpoy Edwin Nilante, Vondi David, Wakpal Daniel Nsala, Reku Brobe Bright, Woyome Kwabna Mensah, Zidin Bid Awantazumu. You as well. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Table. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 69, let me respectfully invite you to recite the national pledge as appears as item 3 in today's order paper. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the goodwill of Ghana. So help me God. Honourable members, we don't have any message from the presidency. Neither do we have any formal communication from the speaker. So we will turn to item 6. Item 6 in today's order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Correction of votes and proceedings, we begin from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page 16, item 6, C. IVV and VI. I have an issue, I need clarification. So you have Ministry responsible for environment. And I know that the ministry is referred to as Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Then ministry responsible for local government is local government, decentralization and rural development. So I'll be happy if this is corrected.
Honorable, thank you very much. Table, please take note. It's Ministry responsible for Environment, Science and Technology, and Ministry responsible for local government and rural development. So take note. Thank you, Honorable Member. So we turn to page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Finally, page 20. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 1st March 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, before we move to item 7, which is urgent questions, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our children who have found their way into the public gallery. They are Obama College and they are being led by Mr. Samuel Ataotu, who is the assistant head teacher, and the school is located at the Infansimine constituency. Infansimine constituency. Do you have the member of parliament here? I just saw her here. Yes. And their number is 110 students. You are welcome. You may resume your seats. And the second school is Soma. Is that the name of the school? Soma. And they are being led by Atisu Mawuku, who is a teacher, and the school is located at K2 South constituency. K2 South constituency. And I repeat, K2 South constituency. I hope the member is here. So, students from Obama College and Soma, you are welcome. I hope you will be very attentive to monitor what goes on here, so that you take your studies seriously, hoping that one day you also come to lead your people. You may resume your seat. So, as I said earlier, leader, we are moving to urgent question. Urgent question. Item 7, I don't know if you want to vary the order. Okay, very well.
Speaker, with respect, I seek your leave to vary the order of business, and as was discussed, my colleague will bear with me. We may have to move on to item 8 and also limit ourselves to questions advertised in the name of the Ministry of Education. That was agreement.
Item 8.
Yes. However, we are limiting ourselves to those advertised in the name of the Education Ministry only.
Oh, very well. The urgent question stands is geared towards the West and House Ministry. Very well. So, honourable members, the minister responsible for Works and Housing is not here. So we will move to item 8, which is main questions. And let me invite the minister responsible for education, Honorable Dr. Yao Educhum, to take his appropriate seat. So, honourable members, we will begin with question 190. 190. And the question stands in the name of a member for Kita, Honourable Kwame Gape. Honourable, the minister is here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable, go to your seat. Is the microphone not working? Honorable Kwame, Your microphone is not working.
Yeah, that's what I can use this one, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. If it is not working, you can then come forward.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Education the plans the ministry has towards the continuation of works on the abandoned University of Cape Coast building at Agona Nyako in the Agona West District. Thank you.
Well. Honorable Minister, that is his question. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the project at Agona Nyako by University of Cape Coast was completed and commissioned by the Honorable Minister for Education on 23rd June 2023.
yeah, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, at the time I filed the question, I filed this question 2021. The question was filed 2021. So if the answer is being provided in 23rd June 2023, and the minister says they are finished, that's fine. The answer is supplied in 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, we thank the minister for completion of the Cape Coast University.
Well. Yes, Honorable Member for.
I will ask.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister when he received the question from the Member of Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that on top of my head when I received the question.
It's a supplementary question. You have only one slot. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister for Education explain to us why the project delayed for about 4 years and only got commissioned on the 23rd of June 2023? We want to know why the project delayed for over 4 years and only got commissioned in June.
Yes, Honorable Minister. No fans.
Mr. Speaker, projects around the country delays for a number of reasons, but each one of them are subject to availability of funds. When the funds became available, they completed it and I commissioned it.
Very well. It's obvious, eh? So we turn to question 191. Question 191. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer. Yes. Honorable Clement Apak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bongo. He has given me his
Just go ahead.
explicit.
Just go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education the list of contractors who provided hot meals for 540,000 final year students and their invigilating teachers during the 2020 WASI and BEC examinations.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education did not contract any vendor to provide hot meals for final year students and invigilators.
Yes. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the meals were provided to students, can the minister tell us the ministry which was responsible for contracting the contractors to provide the meals?
Yes, leader.
My colleague is a senior member of the House, and he knows that question is not tenable. You cannot ask the minister to provide the ministry that is responsible. That question is not tenable. You should rather do your homework. Listen to me. He should rather do his homework and do his research work and know well the subject matter of this question and direct it appropriately. Speaker, he is completely out of order. You should rule him out of order.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip said he is a senior member of this House and is complaining about the question that he's asked. He is a senior member of this particular House. The rules are clear. When questions are asked, it doesn't lie in his mouth to disallow the question. It lies in the hands of the Speaker to disallow the question. So you must respect our rules. As a senior member of this House, you are the Chief Whip for that matter.
Honorable member, I don't think he can disallow the question. He just spoke his mind. I have the authority to disallow the question. So, Honorable, is that the same issue?
More than that. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. And the Minister of Education must know. The Minister of Education is well aware that hot meals were provided. We are not talking about the contractor. The issue was the contractor. But you know that hot meals were provided. You should be very interested that students under your sector were fed. Where was the source of this hot meal that were provided? You should be interested. And so it doesn't lie in the mouth of the Chief Whip to intervene. And so the point that was made was very important.
Honorable Chief Whip, it's okay. The fact of the matter is that we are all aware that if we bring a minister here, he has prepared for a specific question. And if the supplementary question is to come, it's supposed to elucidate further understanding about the question or the answers that the minister has been giving. But if you are taking the minister to different angle for which he has not prepared, that is a bit problematic. And that is why I may not allow the minister to answer that particular question. Because this house is a house of records. I wouldn't entertain the minister to say something he has not prepared, which tomorrow it may turn out to be something else. So if we want the minister to answer that specific question, bring him to this floor by way of a separate question, specific question, so that he come and answer that question. I hope I'm clear with that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your ruling on this matter. But, Mr. Speaker, a minister has a responsibility to update this House on major issues. Mr. Speaker, the minister before us, the minister responsible for education, we know that he knows his sector. Mr. Speaker, give him the opportunity to explain to us as to whether 540,000 final year students and their invigilators were fed or not. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the minister will not run away from it, unless he doesn't want to answer the question. So, Mr. Speaker, it is only right that you give the minister an opportunity for him to say that give me more time, so that in future we will know that he's not probably on top of issues at that ministry. Mr. Speaker, give him that opportunity so that he will be here, and then he will be the one to inform us that he is not in a position to answer it or not. So, Mr. Speaker, the question I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to consider, and Mr. Speaker, give him an opportunity for him to say, I'm not ready or I'm ready. Then we can hold him.
Honorable leader, I will always give the minister the opportunity to respond to questions that he has prepared. So, for me, I wouldn't push the minister to answer. It's only when he's prepared. If the minister Minister, if you are prepared, fine. If you are not prepared, I'll give you the opportunity to come back. Minister, I'm saying if you are prepared, I'll give you the opportunity. If you are not prepared, I'll ask them to ask separate questions, specific questions.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is the same. We did not contract any vendor to provide hot meals to students going to our schools. Opoko are a student, then go and contract somebody to provide them hot meals. We did not contract anybody.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Speaker, we will not litigate on this matter. I am happy the minister has responded. Was just trying to catch your attention. Speaker, if you read the question, and it's clear, the question is seeking to know. Speaker, the question says, to ask the Minister for Education the list of contractors who provided hot meals, and it goes on and on and on. That is the thrust of the question. So, leader, when you said that the minister should be given the opportunity to explain himself, in fact, he has answered in a very intelligent manner. He gave you the answer. And I think that should limit it. So your follow-up should follow the thrust of the substantive question.
Honorable members, let's move on. I mean, okay, I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful, and I do agree that if he has not contracted anybody to provide food, he can't force himself to get us a list. But I want to find out from the minister whether or not, or if he can confirm to us that 540,000 final year students were fed with hot meals by a state agency. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, if you.
Mr. Speaker, maybe to just get members to understand the point I'm making. The students of St. Augustine's during WASI are fed by the school. How do you go and contract an organization to come and feed students who are already, if they are day students, they are provided hot meals by the school? If they are boarders, they get breakfast, lunch, and supper from the school. So how do you go and contract other people to come to the school and feed the students? That's the point I'm trying to make here, that we do not contract.
Honorable Veggie, do you still want to ask question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Honorable Minister, being very technical, he answered the question technically. But the students who were provided with the hot meal, can the Minister be kind to tell us how much it costs to provide these students this?
Honorable Member, if the Minister is even denying providing, how can the
Mr. Speaker, he confirmed that the students were provided with hot meals from the school, not from outside contractor. He confirmed that one. So I want to know the cost.
And you think the Minister can just sit here, provide the cost? Anyway, leader, don't worry. I'll protect the minister. If the minister is minded to answer the question, fine. You are minded to answer the question, fine. So honorable member, if you want the minister to come and answer that specific question, bring the minister to the house on that, please. Honorable Yusuf, I have not called you. You've not caught my eye. Yes, Honorable Andrew Sora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you should also be protecting members when ministers are dodging their questions. The honourable minister, I mean, the answer we want from you is either yes or no. Are you aware students were fed? And by which agency? It's a simple question that demands a yes or no answer. Mr. Speaker, that is just what we need from the minister. Yes, no. That is just what we want from the minister.
Minister, he has already answered no. He has said no. Honourable members, we turn to question 192. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the 17th of August 2020, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, said final year students and staff will receive one hot meal from 24th August to 18th September 2020. And further said that all 584,000 final year junior high school students and 146,000 staff in both public and private schools will be given one hot meal a day as part of the effort to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, my question is, as a minister responsible for education, are you, one, aware of this directive of the President? And two, if so, how was this executed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, that's a very interesting quotation from my respected leader. We are in this house, we go by records, incredible records. I saw my respected leader reading from his phone. Would he be minded to tender that as evidence, as a document is referencing, and the source of that document? We are not dragging this matter. Give us the source, and then you must also tender. He must tender that document.
Honourable members, I will turn down the invitation from my chief whip. I think the Minister for Education can answer any question he wants to answer. This particular question posed by the minority leader did not bring the minister here. If the minister has the information to give to the House, I wouldn't have any problem. So, Minister, if you are prepared or if you are apt with the question of the minority leader, we are waiting. If you are not, I will ask him to bring you back to the chamber. So, Honorable Minority Leader, it's a fantastic question. So you can file a separate question for the minister to come. So, honorable members, return to question 192. Question 192. And that question stands in the name of a member from Busa South, Honorable Clement Abbas Apak. Yes, Honorable.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education whether the one free chocolate per child in primary and secondary schools in Ghana is in effect, and when students in primary and secondary schools in the Busa South constituency would start receiving their one free chocolate per day as promised by the President.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the one free chocolate per student initiative sought to boost the consumption of local cocoa products. The initiative was to be led by the Ministry of Agriculture through Cocoa Board with support from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection through the School Feeding Program and the Ministry of Education through the Ghana Education Service. The implementation of the initiative has not started, but the Ministry will continue engagement with all the partners to fast-track the process to implement the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Clement Park. Please allow the owner of the question to ask the supplementary questions.
Mr. Speaker, this was a promise made in 2017.
Ask your supplementary
we are
questions.
2024.
Clement, ask your supplementary questions.
Based on the minister's response, he indicates the number of agencies that are supposed to oversee the actualization of this promise. Can the minister tell this House whether his ministry has held any discussions with the other ministries to fashion out how this promise is to be implemented?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you could see from the description I gave, we are the receiving end of what is a great policy. And as I indicated, we'll engage with the other agencies to see their readiness, and we'll support to make the process work, because we are the end where we are the ultimate beneficiaries.
Yes, Honorable Clement Park.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister give us an idea of a timeline as to when this initiative would kickstart?
Yes, Minister, any timelines?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honorable colleague that today I'll call our great minister as soon as I leave here and ask when we can kickstart the whole program.
Yes, Clement.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the minister has answered and Ghanaians have heard him loud and clear.
Very well. Yes. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful.
member for
This promise was made in 2017 thereabouts. I want to find out what specific challenges is delaying this project. What are the challenges delaying the implementation of a promise made by the president that school-going children will be given a chocolate egg? Minister, thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, these are the drivers of the program, Minister of Agric, and then the Gender Ministry. They are in charge of school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, as you know, at the secondary, we serve cocoa for the students at the high school level. And this was innovative in terms of what the children at the primary schools were going to have. I will inquire further, and I will talk to the Minister of Agric to see how we can jumpstart this for our children to benefit at the primary school level.
Yes, Honorable Apto Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware that this House approved a loan facility from the Africa Development Bank and a component $600 million loan facility from the Africa Development Bank? And a component of that loan was for the government to purchase free cocoa per student initiative and to support that program. Can the minister confirm that after the loan has been drawn down, the government has decided not to implement this program according to his answer? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. This is a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a serious matter because, as I said, the loan was approved by this House. And I'm aware that the loan has been drawn down. And the minister is telling us that subsequently, the implementation of the initiative is yet to start. So, Speaker, after the loan has been approved and the loan has been drawn down, can the minister confirm, say, that after the loan has been drawn down, they have deferred the implementation of the program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, with respect to my leader, Speaker, again, we are working within the provisions of our standing orders. Speaker, read the question. The thrust of the question does not reference any loan agreement. Speaker, the minority leader should be fair to the minister. He should rather file a substantive question, which is referring to a loan supposedly contracted by this house. Speaker, he's not being fair to the minister. The man on the spur of the moment, he's not a walking encyclopedia. He is not. So, Speaker, you should rule, with respect, rule minority leader out. You should file a substantive question.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think I've said this over and over again, and I believe all of you understand what I say. You don't bring a minister here with the hope that he's coming to answer specific questions, and you go and bombard him with another thing. This one is even going to the extent of loans. The minister ought to know much about some of these things before he answers the question. Not that I'm overprotecting him, but let's be guided. So, Honorable Leader, like I said, if you have a question specifically for the minister to answer with respect to this, just file a question. It will be admitted. Then the minister will come to answer. That one, he has no way to say no, and therefore your question is not admitted. I wouldn't admit your question for the minister to answer.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this initiative was supposed to be financed from a loan. The loan was approved by this House. The loan has been drawn down. But today we are hearing from the minister that the implementation of the initiative has been deferred. That's what, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader,
so, Mr. Speaker,
file a separate question.
I'm guided.
Yes.
This matter, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. But this matter, we'll revisit this matter.
No
because
problem.
We have to know where the money is.
No problem. No problem. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
The president made his promise October 2017. This is 7 years later. The minister's answer is saying that the implementation of this initiative, which was as a result of the president's promise in 2017, has not started. Then he goes on to say that I will continue engagements with all the partners to fast track this. 7 years later, can the minister tell us whether he has even done any engagements in the nature of those engagements, and the future engagements he says he's going to have after 7 years of a failed promise on a long list of promises? He should tell us the nature of the type of engagement he's going to engage, whether to find the money or to find the chocolate.
Honorable Deputy Leader, this is not even a question, but honorable members, let's be guided. Let's be guided with our rules. It's not that I'm here overprotecting the minister. If you were to be on the seat, I would have done the same thing. I mean, let's consider the situation. And very well noted by all of us is that this house is the house of records. You don't expect the minister to come and say something here, then tomorrow it will turn out that is not factual. Then and that also becomes another wahala. So please, let's be fair to each other. He is your brother.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, let me just read. I'm reading from the answer. This is the minister. The implementation of the initiative has not started, but the ministry will continue engagement with all partners to fast track the process. And I'm asking him, whether in the last 7 years he has done any engagement. That's his answer. If there has been engagement, what has been the nature of those engagements? To find money, to find the chocolate? Should tell us.
Honorable Minister, is there, wants to know the type of engagement you've done? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully aware there's a House of Records. I will find the historical meetings that have been held and I will bring it to the House. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Yusuf, you've already asked your question. No, supplementary question. Haven't you asked supplementary question? Yes, he has asked. Yes. So, Honorable Kwame Abuya.
Mr. Speaker, we thank our colleague, the Minister responsible for education, to come to the House to answer the questions. Mr. Speaker, Asase Radio reported 2 years ago that, in fact, you came out very nicely in this picture. You signed a memorandum with Niche Cocoa 2 years ago to provide the chocolate to the students. Since you signed this memorandum, what has happened since the time you signed the memorandum? But can you confirm that you signed a memorandum with Niche Cocoa and to do this? And what has happened since?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my part of my earlier responses, I made it clear high school students drink cocoa. So at the high school level, it's not part of any new initiative other than the fact that we provide chocolate, drink for students at the high school level.
Speaker, with all due respect, I'm saying you signed a memorandum with Niche Cocoa regarding the President's directive. And you are now saying that you are yet to implement it. We are asking you, since you signed the memorandum of understanding with Niche Cocoa, what has happened since then with the memorandum you signed with Niche Cocoa?
Honorable Kwame, I thought he said it's engaging. So probably Niche Cocoa is one of the partners that is engaging.
Mr. Speaker, if students of Adaklu Senior High School are drinking cocoa this morning, it has nothing to do with Niche Cocoa. It has nothing to do with the memorandum signed by the minister. He signed a specific agreement with Niche Cocoa. We are asking you, what has happened to that agreement since you signed it? And Mr. Speaker, he came out very nicely in the picture when he was signing it. Very nice picture.
Honorable Kwame. Yes, leader.
Speaker, my friend, I know means well. However, you should read the question, the substance of the question. It's not about an agreement signed. The question is about the provision of hot chocolate drink. It is not about an agreement. And Speaker, what he should do, what my colleague should do, is to, and he knows that, he should file a substantive question, since he wants to know whether an agreement was signed or not by the minister. He should rather file a question, and that will be a substantive question.
Well. Haven't you asked supplementary question? Okay, I'm taking the last one from you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful.
No.
Mr. Speaker, questions are part of our oversight responsibility as members of Parliament. What we are doing today is talking for children who were promised hot chocolates by not less a person, but the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, on the 6th of March, we'll be going for 6th March. How will the minister feel looking into the faces of the children on 6th March Day when this promise has not been fulfilled? Answer me.
Honorable member, the question is not admitted. So we turn to question. Honorable Clementa Park, you were the owner of the question. You've been given opportunity to ask supplementary questions. I think you should have given it to somebody else. For you, there's no opportunity for you again. Honorable member, Honorable members, we turn to question 370. 370. The question stands in the name of a member from South Tongue, Honorable Kwabena Mensah Woyomi. Is he not around in the chamber? Leader, is there anybody taking the question on his behalf?
Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, I will take the question on behalf.
I've granted that general leave, so you can take the question on his behalf.
Mr. Speaker, that's question number 370. I rise to ask the Minister responsible for education when works will resume on the following abandoned project at the Sugar Senior High School in the South Tongue District to bring relief to students and management of the school. 1. Girls washroom. 2. Girls dormitory. 3. Science laboratory. 4. ICT lab.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Sogakofe Senior High School is located in the South Tongue District of the Volta region. The school has a student population of 3,927. Given the school's population, these projects were initiated to support the growing enrollment. The projects will be repackaged and re-awarded for completion subject to availability of funds.
Yes, Honorable Member Fadaku, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's response suggests that there was a project, or there were projects, but are not being undertaken. So he says the project shall be repackaged and re-awarded. Where are you with this process so far of repackaging and re-award?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, are subject to availability of funds. So we operate this project within the budget constraints of GET Fund. So once the GET Fund formula is passed, we see what window we have and availability that we have, and then we determine what projects can be completed within this year.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
I thank the Minister for the answer. Can the students of the Sugar Corpus Senior High be assured that once the GET Fund formula is passed, they will see the resumption of work on their facilities?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the availability of funds within the GET Fund envelope will then determine what we can do for all the schools that need the same attention. Thank you.
Honourable Member, this is a constituency specific, and I will therefore not extend any supplementary question to you. So we move to question 461. Question 461. Honourable Member for Ho Central, Honourable Benjamin Komila-Podo. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the Minister for Education when the following school block projects in Tanyigbe Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, that's where I come from, my village, in the whole municipality, will be completed. The dining hall complex, the 12-unit classroom block, and the administration block. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Tanyigbe Senior High School is located in the whole municipal assembly of the Volta region. The school has a student population of 672. The projects will be repackaged and re-awarded for completion, subject to availability of funds.
Yes, Honourable Podo.
Mr. Speaker, how so that the projects have been awarded, contractors have done a lot of the work, and you say that you are repackaging? Does it mean that you have terminated the contract with the contractors?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when projects are abandoned, there's a process that GetFund goes through to make sure that they repackage them, and then the repackaging is part of the process of making sure we can get contractors with the capacity to go to site, but that is always subject to availability of funds so that the ones who go to site and begin their work can be paid accordingly.
Yes, Honorable Podo.
Mr. Speaker, I find it difficult to accept the response from the minister. Because one of the blocks, as we are standing here now, the contractor is there doing something. But his main problem, all of these three projects, the problem is non-payment to the contractors. So how come you say you are repackaging them when you have not terminated the contract? The consultant on the project, PPMC, has no knowledge of any termination, and then they need to repackage. I'm completely confused.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since my colleagues have some information that I would love to talk to him about, liaise with him to make sure we can move the projects forward. Thank you.
Well. So we turn to question 463. Question 463. And the question stands in the name of a member from Temalis North. Temali North. Honorable Suhini Alasan Saibu. Honorable Suhini. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education whether the Dachi Trust PLC is owned by GateFund and the legal basis for establishment of special purpose to act as an intermediary between the GateFund and GateFund contractors for the purpose of paying GateFund commitments.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Dachi Trust PLC is a public company limited by shares incorporated under the Companies Act as a special purpose vehicle on 4th May 2020 with registration number PL0001522020 to issue debt security to settle GetFund debt. The establishment of the Dachi Trust PLC was sponsored by GetFund for the purpose of, among others, issuing debt security to settle GetFund debts. GetFund is the sole shareholder of the issue.
Yes. Honorable Gapi, any supplementary question on behalf of your colleague?
Mr. Speaker, looking at the question, the minister mentioned that the Dachi PLC is a public company limited share incorporated by the law. And then I want to find out from the minister, is it purely GateFund, owned by GateFund? Purely. No, the shares are not for other companies. It's talking about shares. Is it
I don't understand your question.
I'm asking that does the GateFund own all the shares with regards to Dachi Fund?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat the last sentence. GetFund is the sole shareholder of the issuer.
Yes. The question has already been asked. You can ask supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the Minister, based on the answer that is provided, where the arrangement of an SPV falls under Section 3 of the Get Fund Act. And Mr. Speaker, maybe I should also state that this question was filed about 2 years ago.
Yes, Minister. I think he wanted to know where in the Get Fund Act do we have this arrangement. I mean, if Honorable Suhini, may you repeat your question?
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister where in the Get Fund Act, especially under Section 3, does the formation of SPV comes into play.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the legal basis for the establishment of the SPV is contained in paragraph 2 of Appendix E, Contractor Debt Approval Process, as contained in the prospectus, forms the legal basis for Dachshund Trust PLC to effect payment directly to contractors.
Well. Yes, Honorable Pudo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister for Education. Get Fund has been in existence for a long time. What was the need for another PLC to be formed, or SPV to be formed, to enable that SPV to pay contractors working for Get Fund? What was the need?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to read the first paragraph again, but I explained the basis there. Dachshund Trust PLC is a public company limited by shares incorporated under the Companies Act to act as a special purpose vehicle on 4th May 2020 with registration PL00152020 to issue debt securities to settle Get Fund debt. The establishment of the Dachshund Trust PLC was sponsored by Get Fund. Mr. Speaker, I've responded. The purpose has been well enunciated here.
Very well. Yes, a member for Ashaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask a follow-up question. What is the role of Board of Directors of Get Fund in the face of Dachi operations? Thank you.
Honorable, repeat your question again.
The role of Board of Directors of Get Fund in the face of Dachi operations. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, the Board of Directors have no relevance. The Board of Directors of Get Fund have no relevance whatsoever on this substantive question. My colleague, with respect, should rather reframe his question or should ask a different question. Because he is completely out of order. He knows it.
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, respectfully, the interjections by the respected Chief Whip is not helpful at all. This Parliament has clear obligations, members of Parliament, to ask questions of the Minister. And it is important that he allow the Minister to basically tell us that he can ask the question or not. But the interjections are not helpful at all.
Speaker, with respect to my colleague, I am doing this on purpose because we have a standing order and we are all compelled by law to live within the provisions of the standing order. The minister, for heaven's sake, is a human being like us. And it is because of that that the framers of the standing order thought about it and said that any follow-up question should seek further elucidation. No, you are talking about the board of directors. The question does not talk about the board of. I have a responsibility as a leader to help him. No, you can't say that, leader. So ask your question based on the standing order. Speaker, the board of directors has no bearing, and you should reframe his question.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want your direction. I humbly submit that it is not the Chief Whip's responsibility to direct the type of question that should be answered. And I want you to really
Honourable Leader.
I believe that it is the minister
Honourable Leader.
who should be allowed to answer the question.
Honourable Leader.
The minister can say he can't.
Honourable Leader, I've already established this point. The Chief Whip can never direct the minister. He is probably intervening that the question is not according to the order setting out the questions and answers. So he's just drawing our attention. I have the order to say this question is admitted or not. Right? So it's not the Chief Whip. My directive is to give the minister, if he is ever prepared for that particular question, because the question is not straightforward question. So if the minister has the answers, fine. If he's not having the answers, we can ask them to come again by way of questions. So, Minister, are you prepared to answer those questions? Yes. So Honourable Podo, file a question to the minister to come. No, some of the questions, like I'm saying.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't ask that follow-up question. But what I wanted to check from the Chief Whip is whether he knows that Get Fund has a board, a governing board. That's what I wanted to find out from him. He should have allowed, because an institution cannot just go and establish a PLC without board approval. And the minister knows.
Speaker,
Honourable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I won't drag this matter. I respect Honourable Kodu. I know how he has personally, on these matters, has personified a struggle and advocacy in this matter. So I respect him. But Honourable Kodu, you should also accept that the minister came here with a prior notification of a kind of question he was supposed to answer. Now, if he was given a prior notification to answer a specific subject matter, you cannot, on the spur of the moment, introduce another subject matter where the minister is not prepared for it. Simple. That's what it is.
Honourable Chief Whip, I am capable of handling these things. I'm saying that the ministers, at times, I just want to give it to him. If he's prepared, if he's not prepared, the questioner can come again. So, honourable member for Ashraman, you ask the question in relation to the board.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give a clarity here. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to or you read the answers to the question, the minister is saying that, Mr. Speaker, Dachi Trust PLC is a public company limited by shares, incorporated under the Company Act as a special purpose vehicle on 4th May 2020 with registration number so and so. Mr. Speaker, you have admitted that the Dachi PLC is a what? Public company limited by shares. And I'm asking you a simple question. That what is the role of board of directors of Get Fund in the face of Dachi's operation?
This simple question.
You have reading from the answer.
One question.
Reading from the answer.
Minister,
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the answer to that question, and I'll come back and respond.
Well. It's understood.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The question.
I personally would prefer that to say something that is not yours. So, Honorable Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The question, part of the question asks that whether Dachi Trust PLC is owned by Get Fund. So we are talking about ownership. In the minister's answer, he talked about the basis of the establishment of the Dachi Fund and the laws under which it was established. He also talked about Dachi being sponsored by Get Fund. Since it's a public company, well, yeah, I mean, I can see my colleague shaking his head. This is what the minister said, that the Dachi PLC is a public company limited by shares incorporated under the Companies Act, and it's specifically supposed to do things he described here. The establishment of Dachi Trust PLC was sponsored by Get Fund. So the question is, as of today, who are the shareholders of Dachi? No, because Mr. Speaker, you did say that it is a company, because as education minister overseeing Get Fund, you cannot say that something that no, it's not in the answer. I said, who are the shareholders of Get Fund? Because it's formed under companies code. So who are the shareholders? Yes, Get Fund sponsored it. Today, who are the shareholders of Get Fund? Of that, sorry.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I have to say this the third time. The last sentence on the first paragraph reads, Get Fund is the sole shareholder of the issue.
Very well. So, return to question 465.
Mr. Speaker.
Return to question 465.
Yes, I stand in for my
Honorable Member for Biam.
I stand in for
Honorable Idie Kofi Adams. Yes, Honorable Kwashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education whether there is a policy on the posting of the following category of professional teachers at the basic levels and its impact so far. 1. Ghanaian languages. 2. French language. 3. Information and communication technology. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Education Service is the agency responsible for the posting of professional teachers into basic schools. The GAS currently do not have a stand-alone policy on posting of specific language and ICT teachers. However, the posting of teachers into various basic schools is guided by the teacher deployment strategy, which considers vacancies and teacher supply shortages in districts, communities, schools, and subject areas. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Kwashi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. According to the Minister, there is no stand-alone policy, and rather there is a teacher deployment strategy. I would like to know whether that has culminated in the lack of teachers in this category in the Buem district and the Amenfi Central district. Thank you.
Honorable, may you take your question again?
According to the Minister, his answer is that there is no stand-alone policy. Rather, there is a teacher deployment strategy. And I want to know if this has culminated, he is aware that this has culminated in the lack of teachers in this category in the Buem district and the Amenfi Central district. Thank you.
Minister, did you get a question? Honorable Kwashi, I myself didn't get a question.
You don't understand? I'm saying that there are no teachers. Generally, what I'm saying is that there are no teachers in these categories in Buem District and the Memphis Central District. It means that your teacher deployment strategy may not be working. I'd like to know why you are using this strategy and yet there are no teachers in these categories.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I indicated in my earlier response was that GES deploys teachers based on vacancies that exist in various districts, communities, and schools. And basically, that is how teachers are deployed. So if there are subject-specific teachers needed or language teachers needed, it's always the case that GES will respond to the vacancy declared by the district and provide teachers whenever they get clearance from the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In this age of digitalization, I would like to let the minister know that there was a case that a teacher of ICT sent a rat in a cage to the classroom to signify mouse. Are you aware of this? And if so, what are you doing to combat this this anomaly? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the example given by my colleague, but what I'm aware is that during the last year, we've built 700 smart classrooms in primary and junior high schools across the country. They are fully equipped with computers and projectors. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Mr.
Honorable, I'll give you the last
Yes,
chance.
I did not talk about the hard equipment, but I asked about the teachers. I said a teacher did not know the difference between a mouse, the animal, and the mouse. So instead of teaching the children, showing the example of the mouse, which is the hard system, he brought a rat in the classroom. I'm saying that because so it means there are no teachers. There are no teachers in the classroom for ICT. How are you going to rectify this? Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's one thing I know. Ghanaian teachers are very talented individuals, and I believe that our teachers are so well trained that if they are bringing a computer mouse, they won't go and catch a mouse from somewhere and bring it to the classroom. Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, we turn to question 468. Question 468. And the question stands in the name of a member from Ashiaman, Honorable Ernest Henry Nobi. Honorable, the minister is before you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister for Education the procurement methodology used to procure 568,755 past examination question papers, which amounted to 33.6 million for the senior high school students who wrote the West African Senior High School Certificate Examination in 2020, and why the choice of that method? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, as part of the government policy to improve access, equity, and quality of education across the country, introduced the provision of materials to public senior high schools across the country under the Free Senior High School Program to guide students in their learning and preparation towards the West African Examination Council's examination. The ministry employed the single source method in procuring the 568,755 past question papers for the senior high school student who wrote the West African Senior School Certificate exams in 2020. The method employed was informed by the recommendations from the Ghana Education Service and the West African Examination Council. Mrs. Akiola Publications Company Limited and Kingdom Book Stationery Limited were recommended by the GES and the West Africa Examination Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. In the minister's answer, they adopt the single source procurement method in procuring the past questions. Is the minister aware under Section 41 of the Public Procurement Act, the preconditions that will necessitate an entity to enter into single source procurement? And what are those preconditions that you considered before engaging in the single source procurement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the ministry does not just procure. You go through the PPA and you have to make a case. If my colleague needs to know the case that was made, I'm willing to file it with the House so that he will get to know the case that was made for the procurement of this, based on which PPA approved the single source method for procurement.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is trying to dodge the question.
Why do you say the minister is trying to dodge the question?
That's what I want to explain. PPA is not a procuring entity under this circumstance. So you have to give information to the PPA to either approve or disapprove. And I'm asking him, under which precondition did he go to PPA for that approval of the single source procurement? Thank you.
Yes, before the minister comes in, let me listen to a member for Domekwabenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary question being asked by the honourable member, I think he is out of order in the sense that he doesn't expect the minister to be a walking encyclopedia where he has in his head the whole of Section 40 of the Public Procurement Act and the conditions or preconditions under which he made an application for a sole source procurement, which was later on approved by the Public Procurement Authority. Mr. Speaker, if he wants to ask a question based on any information he knows, which he thinks does not fall within the remit of Section 40, which sets out the conditions under which one can apply or an entity can apply for single source from the PPA, then he can ask. But the question that is being considered under this morning has nothing to do with the minister having everything that is enumerated under the Procurement Act in his head. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to rule him out of order and come again by way of a substantive question, or if he has information that anything other than what is stipulated under Section 40 has been invoked, then he can ask that question. But this, Mr. Speaker, shouldn't be allowed. Then we are setting the wrong precedent. Any person can ask any minister who comes any section of any act that is within his remit to provide it to the House. Mr. Speaker, we can't set that precedent. So the question, the supplementary question, should be ruled out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, our very respected colleague who used to be minister responsible for procurement, who actually promised that sole sourcing will be a thing of the past, and who unfortunately cannot stand with the statement she made in the past. where single source procurement has become the order of the day is totally out of order, Mr. Speaker. The question asked is specific about the method of procurement. Indeed, the minister knows what the questioner is talking about. So he went and said that they adopted single source procurement. In fact, the first item under section 40 is that you only deploy single source if that service or good
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, give me the time. Can only be sourced from that source. Mr. Speaker, tell me that this country is only one company that can photocopy past question papers. Mr. Speaker, even you can photocopy past question papers. To say that it is only Akiola who has got the technology, capability, and understanding to photocopy past question papers, you send that request to DPA. DPA did not write that request to you. So the question you are being asked is, what was the basis of awarding only Akiola? So as for this, Mr. Speaker, the former minister of which law? Nothing.
Honorable members.
Rather, you should have been.
Honorable Leader.
That after being the only, hold on. After being the only minister of procurement under your watch, singles on the order of the day, you should be worried about that.
Honorable Leader, please, I'm not giving body again. Honorable Member for Domeko Abenya, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minority Whip, please allow me to manage the House. I know which questions to be admitted, which questions that are not to be admitted. Leader, I haven't called you respectfully. That notwithstanding, I haven't called you, Leader. Leader, okay, let me hear you.
With respect, Speaker, with respect. Let's speak. I heard my colleague, the Honorable for Ashama, Harry Nogbe. He says the minister was trying to dodge the question. He made an explicit statement, Speaker, clearly impugning ill motive, and that is clear in our orders. I don't have a problem if you are seeking to ask questions. Speaker, he should retract that statement. Speaker, you should make him to retract that statement from his questions, and then he can proceed. He can proceed and ask his question. You cannot impute wrong motive to the speaker, to the minister, by saying that he was trying to dodge the question. Clearly unparliamentary. You are an experienced and a senior member of this House. Don't use such expression. Retract it and proceed.
Leader, please, honorable members, please allow me. You see, some of the questions I deliberately give it to the minister. If the minister feels is not prepared for that particular question, I wouldn't force him because, and I repeat, the minister was brought here to come and answer specific questions. So if the question is diverted a bit, I may throw the question to the minister. If he's prepared to answer, fine. Other than that, I'll ask the questioner to come again specifically, bringing the minister here, come and answer specific questions. So on that note, minister, if you are prepared to respond to that questions, I'm prepared. If not, then Honorable Dobe, please, I can even assure you, if you bring an urgent question, I will admit it for you, so that you bring the minister here to come and answer that question, please. And that is all what I'm saying. Honorable former minister, honorable leader, I'm not listening to you in this. Who? Oh. What did he say?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. When I rose and was trying to address why you should rule out the question, I made a point. The minority chief whip then stood up. Instead of making his point, Mr. Speaker, he went ahead and said that as a former minister for procurement, I should be ashamed. Mr. Speaker, these are words that should not be allowed to stay on our records. And I demand an apology and a retraction. Mr. Speaker, no. When I rose up,
Honorable former minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose, I did not attack anybody's character or integrity. And I do not expect the minority chief
Honorable
as a former deputy leader, I don't expect him to talk the way he spoke. If you have a point, you have to profess your point. Mr. Speaker will then decide. But then to impugn and discredit my integrity. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Record. It is one of my record books. And I need a retraction and an apology.
Honorable, I will be the first person to protect you. He made reference to you, but as to whether he that one, I'm a bit.
Mr. Speaker, he said all that. He said I should be ashamed that under my watch. No, Mr. Speaker, that sole sourcing is the order of the day and not an exception. He said all that.
Well, sole sourcing, but that one is not directly referred to you.
Attacking my integrity, that I should be ashamed.
Oh,
Mr. Speaker, that one should not be allowed to stand in our records, Mr. Speaker. No, I won't allow that, Mr. Speaker. The minority chief whip, we respect each other as a colleague. But the way he handled it and impugned my integrity, Mr. Speaker, I think this House should expound that from the record.
Speaker, I don't give him any response. Just that way that he responds. I respect her a lot. I never use the word ashamed. I'm saying that she should be worried that she is the only minister only specifically about procurement, and she made categorical statement during her stewardship that sole sourcing and single source procurement will be a thing of the past. And I said she should be worried about her reputation that rather under her watch, single sourcing and sole sourcing have become the order of the day. How is this a reputational issue? Mr. Speaker, that still remains the record. The minister here is struggling because instead of the government deploying, because it's a policy drawn up by maybe my colleague, that things like this, photocopying cannot be a reason for sole sourcing. And unfortunately, because the government deploys so much procurement through sole sourcing, that has become the order of the day. So she cannot run away from the fact that she was made minister for procurement to make sure that competitive tendering and procurement takes place, but unfortunately under her watch, single source and sole sourcing have become the order of the day. She cannot run away from that one. As for the respect for her, I have so much respect for her as a colleague, and I will never take that away from her.
Well. He's taking that word. Yes. Oh, we didn't hear. Honorable members, leaders, please.
Honourable Speaker, I was sitting right here. I heard exactly what my colleague Chief Whip said. The word ashamed was not part of what he said. And so I'm very sure that it was never said and will not be in the record. And so I want to assure our respected former.
Let me direct the table.
It should be.
If that word ever said,
but he never said
on the floor, please expunge that aspect from the records, please. So, honorable, please, we are taking too much time on this question.
It's very important. While we are dealing with this matter, you've been very consistent this morning that you are the only person, Honourable Speaker, that can direct members of parliament. This whole of this morning, my respected Chief Whip, keep directing, and members of parliament that I direct you withdraw this statement. Don't say that. It is not your bosom to direct any member of parliament. It is only the speaker. You've been telling them not to do this and that. It is only the speaker that can tell the minister who is here to answer questions what to do, not you.
Honorable leader, it could be a prayer to me So if he's praying that I should intervene on certain things, I mean, he can do that, and any member can do that. So,
Speaker,
a
with
leader,
respect,
we
with
need
respect.
to
Yes,
move
we will
faster.
proceed,
I mean,
Speaker, with respect, I have not, and I will never direct the Speaker. On many occasions, your good servant. Speaker, I have never, and I will not direct the Speaker. Respected Honorable Amakufibua, on countless number of times, you stood up and intervened, and you drew the Speaker's attention. That is basically all that I'm doing. So please recognize it as such, and let it go on the records that me, Frank Kwabena Nodompre, I will never, ever direct the second deputy speaker that I respect so much. No, if members are veering off, it is our responsibility as leadership to bring them in line. That is not direction to the speaker.
honorable members, let's construe it as a prayer. There's no way you can direct me, do this. It's a prayer he's making to me. If I see the need to adhere to his prayer, fine. If not, we'll move on. So, honorable member, please, let's hear you and let's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question I ask is not coming from the moon. It is coming from the original question. I know the minister is not a walking encyclopedia, neither am I. But I've filed this question in 2021, and I'm expecting the minister to know much about the question, the subject matter. I asked two questions in one. And the follow-up question was the other aspect of the question I asked him. Mr. Speaker, listen to the question I asked. To ask the Minister for Education the procurement methodology used to procure 568,755 past examination question papers for the senior high school students who wrote the West African Senior School Certificate examination in 2020, and why that methodology? Why that methodology is under the preconditions that I'm referring to. Under 41, if you have gone to PPA to approve single source procurement for you, you must go based on something.
Well.
So, Mr.
Yes.
Minister,
Yes,
the ball is
Minister.
in your court.
Mr. Speaker, in my response, I indicated that the procurement was done by the ministry based on the recommendations made by Ghana Education Service and the West African Examination Council. That is what informed the methodology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, you are last supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, that's not the position of the law, but Mr. Minister, you have procured past questions, whether past question photocopied or whatever it is, 33.6 million Ghana cedis. 33.6 million Ghana cedis. Under single source procurement method. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister whether he was aware that there would be examination at a given point in time in 2020, and preparation towards that examination will come. So, if at this point in time they are procuring or they are photocopying past questions under single source procurement, what warrants the choice of those companies, Akiola, and then is it what? Kingdom Books. What warrants the choice of those companies to photocopy these past questions on an amount of
33.6 million Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
33.6.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've indicated that this was done by the ministry subject to the recommendation by Ghana Education Service as the primary agency responsible for education. It's under the watch of the ministry because I was not the minister at the time. It's under the watch of the ministry. And I accept full responsibility for anything that happened under my ministry. But I want you to know that the details of how this was done, I've offered that if you need further clarification, I'll be able to come back and provide you the clarifications. But what I know, based on what has been given to me, is the fact that Ghana Education Service recommended, and Minister of Education responded, and the procurement was done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I may come to Honorable Terry Labi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. I know WAEC are the custodians. They are the owners of the past question. Why would you bypass WAEC and go and get photocopies from other sources?
From his wife.
A Nigerian company.
Yes, Minister. The question is, why didn't you buy it from WAEC, but rather from other sources? That's not the question? Very well. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I do not have the primary knowledge. However, the ministry is what provided me the responses. And any further clarification needed, I will provide it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam George, just want to announce your presence. Please resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Peter, ranking member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the colleague who asked the question, he said that 33.6 million cedis was spent on the printing of the question papers. But actually, the total was 68.5 million for 2020 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is this. I want to find out if the policy is still in progress or it has been terminated, whether the students are being supplied the past question papers on yearly basis since 2021. We want to find out. Thank you.
He wants to know whether the policy is still in place. Oh.
Mr. Speaker, it is not in place. Thank you.
Very well, the policy is not in place. We turn to question 4. Honorable, we know we have 1 hour for questions. We spend almost 2 hours for questions. So now allow me to yes, I'll take the last one.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we thank you and we thank our colleague. Just to remind the minister that the section 40 only says, and I read, a procurement entity may engage in single source procurement under section 41 with the approval of the board. It did not ask you to consult WAEC. It did not ask you to consult Minister of Education in the process of determining the procurement source. So you keep repeating that with advice from WAEC and other things. The law does not ask you to do that. It's only the board that can do it. Mr. Speaker, with the figures you provided, Mr. Speaker, with the figures you provide, will you be surprised to know that based on the figures, the contract price and the number of question papers, 1 question paper photocopied is 59 Ghana cedis. Are you aware?
Honorable, the question is not admitted.
Speaker, isn't this? If you multiply the number of question papers times the 33 million, one question paper photocopy is 59 cedis.
Well. I wouldn't admit that question. Honorable members, we will. Honorable, I said I was admitting only one question. It's enough. So we turn to question 471. Question 471. Honorable James Crazen. Honorable, resume your seat. Question 471. It stands the name for member for Laura, Honorable Bedzeden. Yes, Honorable, you may ask the question for and on behalf of Honorable Bedzeden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the question on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Laura, Honorable Bedzeden. What plans the Ministry has to complete the construction of the E-block for the Bodomini Senior High School in the Laura constituency? Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Stepfat Company Limited was awarded a contract in 2015 to construct an E-block at Bo Donwini in the Laura Municipal Assembly under the then government's Community Day E-block Phase 2 project. Work on the project is currently stalled at 15%. The project was cancelled due to abandonment of site by the contractor. It will be repackaged and re-awarded for completion, subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Anthony Suma, any supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Minister, why did the contractor abandon the project? Do you know? Is that you have some outstanding payments due him? Because you said the project was abandoned. That is why you cancelled the project. And you are thinking of re-awarding. Why was it abandoned by the contractor?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, whereas I may not have the specific reasons why this was abandoned, the contract was awarded in 2015. So you can see that if the contractor did 15%, it means it didn't take him long to leave the site. So in 2015, after contract was awarded, 15% was done and the project was cancelled due to abandonment. The reason for the specific reason for the abandonment of this project, I cannot provide at this time. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's clear that a number of these E-blocks or community day schools have been abandoned. My constituency being one in Noru, and when I asked the question in this house, the same response I got, that the contractor had abandoned the project, and then you are thinking of re-awarding it. This is a question that was asked in 2021. So if there were any real plans to re-award it, probably we should have had a contract re-awarded. Looking at the deficit we have in infrastructure in the senior high level, is it not possible to do an assessment of all these E-blocks or community day schools and probably look at an alternative funding source so that we can complete these projects as a whole? Other than investing money in these projects, they are abandoned and then we are not giving them the due attention. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as at the end of 2016, 29 E-blocks had been completed. Between 2017 and now, 33, as of last year, 33 were completed. Now, under last year's Get Fund formula that was approved by this House, 20 E-blocks that were at about 70% and above were re-awarded, and contractors those schools are completing those E-blocks. Also, E-blocks in certain remote locations, dormitory blocks have been added so that when they are opened, you can have students coming from various parts of the country to go to school there. Like Adanse Apeja is one of those E-blocks where dormitory boarding facility has been provided now. So it's a combination of adding dormitory blocks. If you talk about Drobonso, dormitory blocks have been added. So the 20 that get fund is now working on. A number of them have been provided dormitory blocks so that when the school opens, you can have students coming from various parts of the country to go to school there. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I thought that was the last question. Okay, let me hear it from you.
Mr. Speaker, just to ask for some assurance. Honorable Minister, regarding the E-block in Laura and probably the one in Nadoli-Kaleu, is there any hope that by the close of the year you will re-award these contracts? Thank you.
Is there any hope that by the end of the year, those ones will have been re-awarded?
Mr. Speaker, if you did not get a question, I can repeat it.
You just want assurance whether you should have that hope.
That the one in Laura as well as the one in Nadoli-Kaleu, Noro, which are almost at the same level. Is there any assurance or is there any hope that by the close of the year you probably have awarded them for completion? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague is being watched by his constituents. I don't want to dash their hopes, but I would say, subject to availability of funds, there are some buildings that can be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, this question is a constituency-specific question, but for the sake of former leader, I will just indulge him to ask.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this gesture. The Honorable Minister for Education, in his answer to the question posed on behalf of the Honorable Proceedings, provided two answers that has compelled me, Mr. Speaker, to want to ask a supplementary question. He stated that work was 15% complete and that the contractor abandoned site and that he is unable to provide reason why the contractor abandoned site. Mr. Speaker, that is my concern. If a contractor executes a project at 15%, it is expected that as government, you will reach out to the contractor with his payment. If you fail to pay the contractor, he justifiably may abandon site. And that is what is affecting the progress of this project. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister is that 15%, did you pay the contractor any money before he abandoned site? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will have to research this specific project because a number of these contractors sometimes were even given advanced mobilization. There are times when they abandon site, you ask them, do you have an outstanding certificate? And they will say, we don't. So there might be a number of reasons why, but I'll definitely look into this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question from Wild West. And I think the question also surrounds around E-block. Honorable Peter Tubu. Honorable Peter Tubu, a member for Wild West. Yes. Are you asking the question for in behalf of him? Okay, let's hear you.
I rise to ask the Honorable Minister on behalf of the Honorable Member for Wild West. When the construction of the community day school, that's E-block, situated in Dorimo, would be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Construction Waste Limited was awarded a contract in 2015 to construct an E-block at Dorimon in the Wild West District under the then government's Community Day E-block Phase 1 project. Currently, the project, which is 82% complete. It's part of the 21 number E-block projects that have been re-awarded for completion in December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Well. There's no supplementary questions. So, Honorable Minister for Education, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending before the House to answer questions for and on behalf of your own members. We thank you for your time and the answers given. You are hereby discharged. Honorable Leader, before I will come to you, let me use this opportunity to yes, honorable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you members of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, who are here, and I think they are the Speaker's lobby. They are here on a benchmarking visit. The delegation is here, among other things, to benchmark best practices and share experiences on gender, youth, and child matters with their counterpart committee, and draw some knowledge on the social protection systems, the social registry, the National Health Insurance Scheme, and the universal access to education for children. Honorable members, our visitors are Honorable Kapihanda Frevia, who is the chairperson of the group. Is the chairperson leader of the group. Number 2, we have Honorable Nayuma Sarah, who is the vice chair. Honorable members, if I'm not able to mention your name appropriately, then you forgive me, eh? Yes. We also have Honorable Nyaki Kongolo Rosemary, Honorable Wukuranch Simon Peter, Honorable Indamira Catherine, Honorable Kiyaga Hilary, Honorable Mayenja Alan, Ms. Martha M. Kaganzi, who is the Principal Clerk, Assistant and Secretary, Ms. Rabiha Nakalima, he is also Assistant Clerk, and Ms. Deborah Nagudi, who is a legal counsel, senior legal counsel. Very well. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament of Ghana, and I wish them a fruitful deliberations. Yes, Honorable former leader, you want to say something?
Speaker, if you tolerated me, just to appreciate the delegation from the Ugandan Parliament, and in particular to recognize the role that their former Speaker
played in getting Ghana assume what later Speaker Bagbin assumed as president of CPA, and the Honorable Leader of the House, the Honorable Chairman, sir, getting to the high office of coordinating secretary of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. At the time, Mr. Speaker, Speaker Kadaga, I believe she was the one, now reshuffled into Minister for East African Affairs, I hope that I'm still right, was very instrumental in supporting the cause of Ghana and getting Ghana positioned as vice president before we came in. I just wanted to recognize that. And they've also set the pace on some of the bills that the country is looking at today. LGBTQ. There is a Ugandan example. Probably Ghana will learn from some experiences from Uganda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, you are once again welcome. Feel at home. Ghana, so hospitable, and your studies will be indeed fruitful. So, Uganda and Ghana, our names are all over. So, you are welcome once again. Very well. So, leadership, may I come to you?
Speaker, I think we are now ready to start the debate on the SONA. And as earlier discussed, we both have submitted 4 names. And on our side, we will start off with the Honorable Adjournment, the former Deputy Leader of the House. Speaker, so the Honorable Adjournment will lead the charge on our side.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. Just to remind colleagues, rankings, chairman, 15 minutes, other members, 10 minutes. So I agree that our very respected former Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Adjournment, my friend, will start.
Yes. Honorable Member for Dome Kwabenya. Before I come to you, my attention has been drawn to the fact that I inadvertently did not mention Honorable Margaret Rubushaga. What's the pronunciation? Rabushaga. Yes, is one of the honorable members I did not mention her name. Honorable, you are welcome. So now we are going to continue the debate on the President's message to the House and for that matter to the country. So today we are going to have 4 from each side, and we are starting from Honorable Member for Dome Kwabenya, Honorable Sarah Adjournment. Honorable, you have 10 minutes, eh? Honorable no. Honorable, you have 10 minutes per the standard that you've been.
May I, with respect, remind you, with respect, that the Honorable Sarah Adjournment is the Vice Chair of the Constitutional and Legal Committee. Hence, Speaker, by extension, she forms part of leadership of committee, i.e. ranking or chair. So
Honorable Leader, you gave me the directives. The directives was that those who moved the motion and the seconded 20 minutes, committee chair, committee ranking 15 minutes. You did not include vice chair, vice ranking. You say committee chair, committee ranking 15 minutes. And ministers of state and deputy ministers of state 15 minutes. Any other person 10 minutes.
Speaker,
it's unfortunate Adjoa was the former leader, former minister, but as we speak now, he is.
Speaker, we have engaged, myself and my colleagues.
So,
have
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Yes. Speaker, with respect, we have engaged and we have decided to vary, with your leave, that since she is part of leadership as a vice chair, we will rather give her 15 minutes.
No problem. If my colleagues from my left will agree, I don't have any.
Mr. Speaker, we agree.
Wonderful.
But it's not because she's a deputy leader, because she's a vice chairman. That's the application.
If it is vice chairman, I wouldn't concede to that.
If it's a vice chairman, then deputy ranking here.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, then let's.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I mean, I want to be fair to. If the agreement is to cover vice chair and the vice ranking, then you should tell me. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, beyond debating in the House, I know the Honorable Sarah Josafu is a former deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, like you just recently did, by calling on the former minority leader, even when there was no opportunity for a member to contribute, you gave him the opportunity to contribute. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Parliament with seniority at stake. So if the Honorable former Deputy Majority Leader will be given that accord, we have no problem. We also have Honorable Haruna, Honorable Rashid Peku, who are also former leaders. Mr. Speaker, I think we can accommodate them by accommodating our deputy rankings to, because the colleague of a vice chairman is a deputy ranking. The colleague of a chairman is ranking. Then if that protocol will be given to that side, it must just be given to this side. We have no problem. But Mr. Speaker, the very serious one why I'm on my feet is we are going to thank His Excellency the President on the State of the Nation motion that was moved. But if you look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, out of 137, you have only 15 to thank His Excellency. Mr. Speaker, the numbers are not encouraging. And I believe that if you are to thank His Excellency the President for the State of the Nation, unless members are not happy with the content of the State of the Nation, if you are happy, you must come here for all of us to debate.
Honorable Leader.
That's why I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker.
Where you are going, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So, Honorable Sarah Adjoasafo, you may begin. I grant you the 15 minutes. So you may begin, and I will announce that the Right Honorable Speaker himself is around, and he may take the seats whilst you begin your debate. So the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this message on the state of the nation, ably presented and brilliantly presented to the House by His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, I want to formally thank His Excellency the President for presenting Mr. Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency the President for presenting this year's message on the State of the Nation's address in accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus my contribution on the following areas: law and order, peace and security, and administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, on page 2, paragraph 3 of the statement, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I quote, "The primary responsibility of the state towards its citizens is to provide and guarantee peace and security." Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting that there has been a significant expansion of the Ghana Armed Forces, the police service, and other security agencies. There has been a major facelift to the Ghana Police Service headquarters, which His Excellency pointed out. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that under this government, we have seen the completion of a major historical construction of 540 police unit accommodation at the Kwabenya in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this edifice has a primary school, it has a market complex, it has fueling stations for all police vehicles and motorbikes, it has a recreational facility, it has a DVLA office, and many more. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think this is really unprecedented and unmatched. Again, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President stated that we have witnessed significant increase in police visibility. And on our streets, as we would all attest to, we see the police presence on our street. It's making our drivers more disciplined, and it has actually reduced the high crime rate in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Again, we have seen our police service with the best vehicles on our streets, with the best uniforms, and also better conditions of service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to the high police presence, as I've earlier stated, there's been a drastic reduction of crime in our country, Mr. Speaker, and I think that we ought to commend the President and the government for it. Mr. Speaker, I would like now to deal with the progress we have made as a government in the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe as a person, this is my personal conviction, that every leader or president must leave a legacy for which he or she will be remembered for when he is no more a leader. Mr. Speaker, just as we remember Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, for the construction of our motorway and many more, this country shall forever, Mr. Speaker, be grateful and remember His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for the conscious and well-calculated effort and plan to improve and transform our judicial infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the State of the Nation's message that was presented by the President, paragraph 2, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, as at 31st January 2024, 67 courthouses had been inaugurated. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to add that the Kwabenya Circuit Court is one of these 67 courts that has been constructed.
Honourable Member, I can see the Deputy Whip of the minority. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague on the other side is seriously misleading this House. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, he is taking the credit of this House and your good self and the honourable former minority leader from us. Mr. Speaker, I remember that the judiciary infrastructure that is being provided through the District Assembly Common Fund, Mr. Speaker, was initiated by this House, not His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, the Court of Appeal Houses in Kumasi was initiated by this House, not His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, they all were funded by the District Assembly Common Fund. And Mr. Speaker, it was you as the Speaker, the Honourable Haruna Idrisu, as the minority leader, who said that the court infrastructure in this country is so bad that we must allocate portion of the common fund disbursement for that. Mr. Speaker, this didn't come from the central government disbursement. It was initiated from this House, approved by this House, and Mr. Speaker, we went to supervise it as a committee of local government and rural development. Mr. Speaker, if His Excellency wants to have a vision for which he will be remembered for, he should go and look for another one. For this one, it was initiated here and performed here. How can you be struggling for this Assembly Common Fund programs? Abba!
Well, honourable members, that is the tragedy of this House. You keep on undermining the relevance of Parliament by attributing whatever you do and achieve to others. This actually was done here in Parliament. And we, year in and year out,
approve the money from the common fund to support the judiciary to do what you're talking about. The president is taking it away from us. You are supporting him. And the judiciary, I have had personal discussion with the Chief Justice on this. They are aware that we approve the money and we get it released from the common fund for the execution of the projects. Now the president is taking it and members are commending him for being his legacy, not yours. How would they see your relevance? And how would they value you? And how would they support you? But that is what has been captured by the president. And so she is commenting on that. The only thing is that you should disagree with the president. It's also for you to disagree. Democracy doesn't thrive in society of timorous souls. I repeat, democracy doesn't thrive in the society of timorous souls. If your president is wrong, tell him in the face, Your Excellency, with the greatest respect, you got this wrong. This is what is right. Please, let's be bold enough. You like quoting, be bold, be bold. Be bold, but don't be a bully. That one, I agree with you. Please, but allow her to continue. Yes, my daughter, you may do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, my contribution is on the message as delivered by the President in his SONA for this year. So I urge my brother to consider it as such, and we are thanking him and highlighting some of the things that he spoke about or highlighted when it comes to the administration of justice. I believe strongly, Mr. Speaker, that there are three arms of government. And every time in my contribution, I have said that under this government, which means you can't form a government without the three arms of government. So it includes the legislature and our efforts in it. And I think it is from that angle that the President also captured it in his State of the Nation's address, that it is very collaborative and the three arms of government work together, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 8, as I stated earlier, the President indicated that 67 courthouses had been inaugurated. He also went on further to state that by the end of May 2024, 33 more of these courts will be inaugurated. Mr. Speaker, being a lawyer of 22 years of good standing, Mr. Speaker, I completely appreciate this initiative. Under this government, practicing lawyers, Mr. Speaker, under this government, practicing...
Why? You are doubting her years of experience.
Hey, 20, sorry.
We are called to the bar in the year 2002. So,
but let him finish.
Myself, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Honorable Amakwata. So we are 22 years at the bar, and I'm her senior.
Well noted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember Honorable Ahiabo. You belong to the class of Professor Abochi, right? Okay. Mr. Speaker, he should pardon me on that. Being a lawyer for 20 years of good standing, it must have been a typo, I'm sorry. I completely appreciate this initiative by the government. Under this government, practicing lawyers are more comfortable in our courtrooms, Mr. Speaker. Sitting in dilapidated courthouses, sweating profusely in our wigs and gowns, Mr. Speaker, we can boast of it that today it's now a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, the President further informed the House he made mention of accommodation that we have provided for judges across the country. Mr. Speaker, precisely 121 residential units have been constructed for judges across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is highly commendable. Also, 20 fully furnished 4-bedroom units with social amenities has been constructed for justices of the Court of Appeal, also in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, I think this is highly commendable of His Excellency the President. We also thank His Excellency the President using this opportunity in this House for also appointing another woman, a competent and highly revered Justice of the Supreme Court, as the Chief Justice of this country. Mr. Speaker, that is good for feminism, it is good for gender equality, and it is good as a role model for young girls and young women coming up to look up to the current Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, also the President indicated that our digitalization guru, our new flag bearer, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, has also taken his ingenuity to our court and has started with the modernization of our legal operations in our court premises. Mr. Speaker, we now have our virtual court systems, we have the automation of our courts, and this is highly commendable, Mr. Speaker. The President also talked about the soon-to-be commissioned Law House, a 12-story building that was started under His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor when the current President was the Attorney General at the time. Mr. Speaker, he stated that very soon that courthouse would be commissioned, and we will move away from that old dilapidated building that we call the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we commend the President for this historical and critical transformation that he has made together with the other arms of government to our judicial system. We are here, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that justice administration is very important in every government, and I would like to quote the former President of the United States of America, George Washington of United States, and he stated that, I quote, Mr. Speaker, administration of justice is the firmest pillars of every government. Mr. Speaker, and the President in his State of the Nation's address has demonstrated that indeed the administration of justice is important and a real strong pillar of this democracy that we enjoy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by saying that gone are the days when judges were picked up from their homes and were shot dead, and today we can still not find these judges. This is a precedent.
Just a minute before you conclude. Yes, a former
Mr. Speaker,
leader, yes.
on point of order, I'm following her contribution with apt attention. Mr. Speaker, she just quoted Washington Bush. There are two of those Bushes. And so say so for the record. She should say so for the record, Mr. Speaker. Which of them? Because you said quote, you are quoting. You said George Bush. You said Bush. You did. I just wanted to be sure whether it's a senior or the junior. We are following. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Which of them?
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of information and correction. I quoted the former President of the United States, George Washington. No, not Bush. I didn't mention the Bushes, yes, Mr. Speaker. So it was a quote from George Washington. Mr. Speaker, in ending my contribution to the message on the State of the Nation's address, I was stating that we have a president that believes in our judicial system. We have a president that has taken major steps to improve the infrastructure and transform our judiciary, and it's commendable. Gone are the days when we were in our houses, we were in this same country, when judges were picked up from their homes and shot dead. Until date, we haven't seen those judges. This is not a president who believes in that kind of country. This is a president who believes that indeed justice administration is the pillar of every government, and he has demonstrated by his works and his deeds that indeed he is a lawyer and has served his bit and has served his people and has improved the judicial sector, and he will forever be remembered for that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, the honorable member used 10 minutes, 10 seconds. And so there's still some minutes left for her, but she's ended her submission. Yes, the honorable member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the thank you message from Parliament to the President of the Republic of Ghana after he has presented a message on the state of the nation on Tuesday, the 27th of February, 2024. Mr. Speaker, less than a week after the President took office, I made a pronouncement upon an interview I granted Joy FM. And the pronouncement was that I said Ghanaians will eventually apologize for voting out John Dramani Mahama and for voting for President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, evidence of this is seen in what nurses came together to do, what nursing students have come together to do. They have come to apologize to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Evidence also is in teachers and students of training institutes, colleges, when they came out to apologize to him. Evidence is also in the Obuso Kai spare parts dealers when they came out to apologize to him. And artists, some key artists in Ghana also found it necessary to apologize to him. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable former leader mentioned that some nurses and teachers have apologized for bringing the current president. This is a house of record. I want to know which of them and what source is he quoting from, so that we are all on the same page. They've apologized to John Mahama for voting him out. I want to know which group of nurses and where, and where's the source you're quoting from, so that we have it on record. Thank you.
You are raising his source of information. Yes, source of information. That's what he's looking at. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before then, the honorable member is not Katie Hamo, but on the council.
The honorable member is not. But we have relaxed that rule, and for some time now we've been permitting members to contribute from any seat that is available to them. If you now call on us as presiding officers and me, the speaker, to enforce the rule, I will do so. Because when I tried enforcing it, I could see resistance from the House. And I decided to relax it, because I don't think that it was going to cause any harm. But now it's being raised, we'll take it on board. Thank you so much. Yes, honorable member, you may continue. Just, she wants the source.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will require the former deputy leader to just enter nurses apologize to President John Mahama on YouTube, and you'll find that several television stations in Ghana here covered the nurses apologizing, kneeling down and apologizing to, yes, and yes, it's digitalization, and apologize. I even have records here. You know, it was all over. Everywhere he went, nurses came together to apologize. It was captured on television. And I don't know what kind of evidence you want me to give. This was evidence captured on radio, captured on television, and it is on YouTube, please. So you can see it here. Not just nurses alone. Also, Kai people, the spare part dealers, they came together, they did their apology. Everywhere he went,
it is all over. I mean, it's on television. It was on television. It's on YouTube. Presently, go to YouTube. You'll find them all there, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Honorable members, I thought you had earlier agreed that you allow this debate to flow. But now, if you want us to permit objections, we will do so. But the source has been mentioned. He said YouTube. I'm sure you know new media, and you know about YouTube. He talked about television, radio. And so if you have any issue on other credibility of those venues, you can raise it. But at least we all know about YouTube. And you can just click your phone and try to source that information. If it's not there, then you can raise it. So can we go on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public is really very disappointed with an overwhelming debt to GDP that has crippled our space, our fiscal space, and recording about 100% GDP to, recording about 100% GDP to our GDP, which is a very, very unprecedented situation we are finding occurring in our economic life. Mr. Speaker, this is not just the situation I'm going to talk about alone. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the President, and I appreciated the fact that he was talking so much about security. And in fact, he dwelled on the need to have security in the ECOWAS sub-region, and then he particularly expressed his anxiety about the fact that countries are embarking on coup d'etats, and which he rightly termed undesirable, undemocratic regression, and need for Ghana to support ECOWAS to overcome these things. Mr. Speaker, this is only about the fact that we are so much concerned about the external security situation, which likely can have an effect on Ghana, but not having an effect on Ghana right now. Mr. Speaker, what about the situation in Ghana, the domestic situation, where in the last elections, 8 citizens of our country were shot and killed? The President never apologized to anybody for what has happened, never visited the families, and it's still as if nothing has happened. Mr. Speaker, and getting to the end of his term, he had an opportunity to say something. We expected him, after he talked about the need for us to have free, fair elections, to begin to recount of what happened in the last elections and to assure Ghanaians that this will not happen anymore. Mr. Speaker, he did not find the need to say that. I'm very concerned about that, even though I think that he may have thought about it from a political angle, which is unacceptable. It is important for the President to acknowledge the fact that there were lapses in the way we organize our security. Mr. Speaker, I also feel that the President's assurance about free, fair elections was not strong enough. Mr. Speaker, he has made mention of the need for free and fair elections, and he went ahead to say that if there was any disturbance, he was going to set the security on anybody who tried to disturb the free, fair election process in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we saw a situation where the security was set on people who they imagined were disturbing the election process in Ayawaso West Central. And it was very one-sided. And we believe that if this is what is going to be Ayawaso West Wagon, Mr. Speaker, and if this is going to be the situation where one-sided approach to who disturbs the security is going to be approached with the security concern, with the security moving in to harass people the way it is, Mr. Speaker, it will not help us at all. And I will want it to be very clear that it will be free, it will be fair, and that whoever disturbs the situation, no matter who it is and where the person comes from, there would be, the security will tackle them fairly. Mr. Speaker, the other concerns I have with the President's speech or his address of the nation is the fact that he ignored two key important areas. The first key important area is about the flood that took place in the coastal regions of Ghana and in some aspects of the northern sector of Ghana. These are major concerns, and it's a huge concern, and I don't think that any president recording his state of the nation will ignore the fact that so much had been destroyed, so many people had been misplaced, so much money had been spent, and so many citizens have come in to support the process. The fact that he ignored that shows that Mr. President did not reflect completely the state of the nation. But a major concern also is about the fact that we are beginning to experience doomsday in our country. So much is spent wasting time, waiting for lines to come in so many areas, Mr. Speaker. And we know that the government itself has expressed concern that there's so much power and they are paying so much for power and not getting the market value for it. It means it can't be the fact that there's not enough power generated in the country. There must be a reason. We would have expected the president to come out to be able to explain this tangibly to us, for us to understand and appreciate the fact that the president was addressing the state of the nation. His lack of concern about it is a fact we are disturbed about. But, Mr. Speaker, apart from all this, I'm very much concerned about the fact that the president put his presidency on the fact that he was going to stop Galamsey, and if he didn't stop Galamsey, his presidency was on the line. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey is at its peak. Destruction of our lands is at its peak. The waters are still being destroyed. Red line areas that the president himself has drawn are being violated. Rivers are being disturbed. And forest areas are also being mined. The fact that the president himself, through an executive order 144, ensured that forest areas can be areas where people can mine in, is a serious concern. Mr. Speaker, with all the challenges we are facing, with the fact that cocoa trees are being cut down for Galamsey operations to take place, the fact that the minerals that are poured into the land to mine gold are beginning to have an effect on the life health of our people, the Speaker, should have been reasons why the president should have showed this nation that he will tackle Galamsey in a new phase of it, because he failed in the first phase, and we expect that some more tangible proposition is made by him to tackle the issue. Mr. Speaker, he has not tackled the issue the way we want. And indeed, it's much more serious, because if the president appointed the minister, came here to tell us he has appointed somebody who he believes was going to tackle the issue, he failed to get the thing done, the minister didn't appear to reflect the way he painted to us, there should have been a reason for him to explain to us why the failure in his part and in the part of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, another major area the president ignored is the fact that so much money is pumped into an area he said was supposed to be used for the construction of a cathedral. This year, the cathedral would have been finished and he would have been commissioning it according to his timetable. The year has gotten to the point when we expected the cathedral to be commissioned by an investment purposely to have come from him. It hasn't happened. So much state resources are dumped into an area which we are worried about. So much destruction is done in that area. houses that were occupied by the judiciary, members of the judiciary, judges were destroyed, and the land is there. No construction is taking place. Of course, many of us are object to the fact that this is not a time to construct a cathedral, but we would have wished to hear this from the president, that upon the fact that people are complaining and the fact that there's no money, I have abandoned the construction of a cathedral. The Speaker, he has not done that. And I think that it is a big oversight from the president, and if we have to thank him, we'll have to point out these things to him, that it is not just the fact that he is president and will deliver a state to the nation, but to have a true reflection of the state of the nation and will take into consideration things that are directly having a direct pulse, a direct effect on the minds, on the feelings of the Guinean. Mr. Speaker, with this, I would like to also say thank you to the President for his coming to deliver the State of the Nation, but to expect that much more will be done in the next State of the Nation, which will be his final one, and for which the minority leader says will be a thank you and bye-bye one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you used 11 minutes, 18 seconds. I have a list, but I don't see the members. Is Honourable Stephen Jelula available? Yes, please. You may contribute now.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to debate on the motion number 12 on today's order paper, page 8. Thanking the President for coming to the House to deliver the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to let my colleagues know that the President came in at the time when the ship was virtually sinking in Ghana, 2017, and he steadied the ship. He took away all the nuisance taxes and implemented some of the audacious flagship programs that could ever be implemented by a in a developing country like Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we saw the President implement the free SHS, one district, one dam, the one district, one factory, the President who has built unprecedented number of roads in Ghana under his first term. Mr. Speaker, he deserves a lot of commendation. Mr. Speaker, we all saw what happened. After 3 years, then came COVID-19. COVID-19 that rocked all the economies of the world, including Ghana. Mr. Speaker, somewhere last year, our colleagues on the other side were touting our neighbors that their economies were better than Ghana. Today, let them answer this question. How is Nigeria faring? How is Cote d'Ivoire faring? They have all been rocked by COVID-19, post-COVID-19 challenges. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the President was here last week, he
just a minute, let me get this in clear. I thought you had agreed that there will be no interruptions when members are contributing to the address of His Excellency the President. It seems there was no agreement on it.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, there is. Mr. Speaker, I will not proceed. I just wanted to ask the Deputy Minister whether he truly said that COVID affected the rules. You are the Deputy Minister for rules.
You said COVID
but
affected.
You said they started plenty rules. Then 3 years there was COVID. Did COVID affect the rules?
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that my respected leader would ask this question. COVID virtually has affected all aspects of the economy, including the road sector, because we began some roads using commercial loans and bilateral grants. But unfortunately, with the advent of COVID, those road constructions have stalled. Mr. Speaker, to go on. Mr. President touched on the election 2024. We all know we have entered the election year, and the temperature of the country is rising. Mr. President assured the nation that he was going to ensure a credible, free, and fair elections. He advised the Electoral Commission to listen to the various political parties so that they will be able to organize these elections, and also assured Ghanaians and the international community that the security agencies would ensure that we have a peaceful elections. Mr. Speaker, may I also say that the President talked about digitalization. We all know that the world is edging towards digitalized world. Everything in this world is now controlled by digitalization. In this regard, we now have NHI that is renewed. I worked with NHI. In the beginning, you had to go and knock on doors, and even some were beaten by dogs to get people enrolled on NHI. Today, people are able to sit in the comfort of their homes to renew or register for NHI. What is better than this? I have part of my constituency, we don't have NHI office. We have to travel about 150 kilometers to access NHI. Today, the constituents in my constituency, they don't have to travel to Yeji to go and register for NHI. They sit in the comfort of their homes and they are able to do this. What is better than this? If you go to the passport office, we've digitalized. Go to DVLE. Mr. Speaker, what is more beautiful is that all of these digitalization processes were led by His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the flag bearer and the leader of the MPP now. The future of Ghana. We've had in recent past some vice presidents who came and left and cannot boast of one initiative that they led when they were vice presidents. We all know the role of the vice presidents. They are there to complement the president and to step in when the president is not able to work or to act. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a vice president who came in and found something for himself. Beyond being the chairman of the economic management team, he also found himself the job of digitalization to such an extent that there is nothing in this country that has been digitalized that is not led by him. He is the future of Ghana. I want to urge my colleagues on the other side that these elections we are going to prosecute in 2024 should be based on issues and not propaganda. They have started smearing His Excellency Dr. Bawumia with a lot of things. I want to advise them that the records are there. We've had 8 years of NDC's rule and we are having 8 years of NPP rule. Let's compare the records. And we all know the same people who were there between 2013 to 2017 are the same people who want to come back in 2025. And we know that they cannot do it. Mr. Speaker, coming to the road sector, last year, when His Excellency came to this house, he presented fat books to each one of us. I'm not sure that my colleagues on the other side even opened the book to see what was inside. But let me tell them, in that book was an achievement of 11,800 kilometers of roads that His Excellency did. This year, he didn't come with a fat book, but he came telling the House that in March this year, he's going to launch performance tracker to be able to track all the roads that he has built in Ghana. And these roads we are talking about, no president in recent history has been able to achieve that. Mr. Speaker, we know that some roads have stalled because major roads that we do in this country are financed by commercial loans. And because of the external debt exchange program, these roads have stalled. But inshallah, the government is working with the Paris Club to reach an agreement. And very soon, all these roads projects will start again. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, the President came to this House last week and he indicated that the Obechebi-Lamte Phase 2, that is being financed by external loan, will be put on GOG so that the work left will be completed. Beyond that, he also indicated that the Takoradi interchange and some other projects will be taken off the external loans and be put on GOG so that we can see to the completion of these roads. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, we have major roads projects that are ongoing now. The Accra-Kumasi bypasses. Accra-Kumasi bypasses have we have 4 bypasses on the Accra-Kumasi road. These are major projects that are going to bring a lot of relief for all the commuters between Accra and Kumasi. And the contractors are on site and work is progressing steadily. We also have Tema Accra motorway. This is a road that was constructed by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And since there no president, no government has made any major rehabilitation on the road. Now we are going to rehabilitate this road into a 10-lane concrete, 4-lane concrete from Accra Tema motorway to the Tatakwashi roundabout with split roads, 3 here, making 6 in all. And this is going to help the commuters between the port city and the city of Accra. And this project is being undertaken by one of our robust contractors in Ghana, Maripoma Construction. And it was in this House that an agreement was approved just before the Parliament rules in December. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we have installed a lot of bridges. We have installed about 36 bridges in all, and currently we have 31 that are going to be done as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, in the road sector, we all know that during the rainy seasons, the road deteriorates. Recently, the minister has directed the agencies to pay some 150 million Ghana cedis to pothole patching road contractors so that they could be given more jobs to execute, so that our roads will be more trouble. Mr. Speaker, beyond this, Mr. President will be remembered for doing some 7 interchanges in all. First, we can talk about Pokuasi interchange. We talk about Tema motorway roundabout phase 1 interchange. We can talk about Tamale interchange. We can talk about East Legon underpass and Suhum interchange. We also have ongoing currently, as indicated earlier on, Obechebi-Lamte phase 2, that is 98% complete. We have Lungwa interchange, that is also about 90%. We have Ajirikano interchange, we have PTC interchange, we have Flower Port interchange. The interchange that...
Honorable Member, you have 1 more minute.
I'm a deputy minister.
1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, I will warn the House to thank Mr. President for coming here to deliver the State of the Nation that was based on truth and nothing but the truth, and to thank him for all the achievements he's been able to do
in 8 years, even 7 years. He still has 1 more year to go. And also, he didn't do this by himself. He did it with the assistance of his government and ably assisted by His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is the future of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's the turn of Honorable Suhini. Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the State of Nation address presented to this House. The Speaker permits me to highlight the fact that on the day, your outfit looked elegant on you as Speaker of the House. Mr. Speaker, I wish to start my message by assessing His Excellency the President using his own words stated on the same platform. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when His Excellency the President presented the State of the Nation address for the first time in this House, he identified a number of ills that the country was faced with, for which reason he was going to work tirelessly to reverse. Mr. Speaker, at that point, there was little expectation by way of success because he was even less than a month old in office. Mr. Speaker, so it is fair to assess him after 7 years using his own benchmark. And so, Mr. Speaker, I proceed to quote from his 2017 State of the Nation address, where he said, quote, Mr. Speaker, low growth, rising rate of unemployment, high fiscal deficits, high and rising debt, and increased depreciation of the cedi, high cost of food, housing and utilities, and high non-performing loans, amongst others, are symptoms of deeper structural problems that will require a range of reforms, beginning immediately and spanning the short, medium, and long terms. We are going to have to implement some tough, prudent, and innovative policies to get out of this financial cul-de-sac and rescue this economy, restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability, as well as increase economic growth. I will not allow this economy to collapse under my watch, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these were the words of His Excellency the President in 2017 when he identified what he considered the challenges that he was coming to fix. Mr. Speaker, after 7 years, it is only fair to ask what the growth rate is. Mr. Speaker, growth is lower than before. Unemployment has risen to an unprecedented double digit of 14%. Youth unemployment is even higher. Mr. Speaker, despite the assurance that our debts were going to be managed to sustainable levels, our debts have become unsustainable, and even pensioners have had to endure a debt restructuring resulting in losses. Mr. Speaker, at the time that the President was lamenting in 2017, 1 Ghana cedi was sold, or was $1 was sold at 3.8 Ghana cedis. Today, Mr. Speaker, $1 is 13 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, inflation at the time he was lamenting was in the range of 15%. Mr. Speaker, under his watch, inflation has gone up to about 54%. Food inflation is at an all-time high. Mr. Speaker, no wonder 1 pound of chicken that used to be sold at the time he was lamenting at 6 Ghana cedis is now sold at 37 Ghana cedis.
Mr. Speaker, a 5-kilogram Gino rice, at the time that he lamented and promised to reverse the situation, was sold at 25 Ghana cedis. Today, under his watch, after 7 years, it's being sold at 170 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, papaya, that when we're in school, we could afford for our bossing partners because it was sold at less than 8 Ghana cedis, is now being sold at 64 Ghana cedis, a pack of papaya. Mr. Speaker, what is even bizarre is the attempt to exonerate his aplanque, his running mate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, from this economic mess. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, again during the State of the Nation address, the President said, and I quote, "I am glad to be able to report that the economic management team, under the stellar leadership of the strong, brilliant economist, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has risen to the challenge and the hard work is beginning to show positive results." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this was the President's verdict on his running mate in 2018 as far as his contribution to the running of the economy was concerned. Mr. Speaker, it's therefore bizarre that today the President, interestingly, seemed to be taking responsibility for everything just in an attempt to shield Dr. Mahmoud of any blame for the mess, even though he told us that he was in charge in 2018. The Speaker, however, he subtly jabbed him, his running mate, when he said, and I quote, "It would be unwise for any president that will pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this was a subtle response to Dr. Mahmoud's vision speech, where he suggested that his vision may appear contradictory of his boss, the President, because as EMT chair, he was proud of the advice that they gave, which he certainly suggested were ignored. The President, in this State of the Nation address, was telling us that it would be unwise for any president not to listen to the advice of his officials. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the flight from responsibility from the economy to digitalization will not wash. His Excellency the President told us in 2018 how brilliant he was and how he was leading the economic management team to transform our economy. And if today our economy is in a mess, and because of that, there is an attempt to fly him from the economy to digitalization, Mr. Speaker, if that is anything to go by, we must be guided by the mess in the economic sector, not to allow him anywhere near the future, which, yes, may have, the digitalization may have a lot to do with. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that in the about 2 hours presentation of His Excellency's State of the Nation address, he did not have the courage to use the word corruption. Not even once did the President mention the word corruption. Mr. Speaker, why? Because in his previous sonnets, that is State of the Nation addresses, he referred, for example, to Mr. Martin Amidu, who was appointed as special prosecutor, as a man of integrity, a man who he knew was going to help him fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, after a while, Mr. Martin Amidu spoke of the frustrations he faced in his attempt to fight corruption using the Special Prosecutor's Office, and ended up describing Mr. Akufo-Addo, His Excellency the President, as a mother serpent of corruption. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore not surprised that with this experience, His Excellency was unable to make reference to corruption in the over 2 hours presentation. Mr. Speaker, in previous State of the Nation addresses also, the President spoke about the unacceptable affairs that were reported by the Auditor General report year in, year out.
and made a commitment that he clearly did not meet to reverse the state of affairs. Mr. Speaker, that commitment only translated into the illegal removal of the Auditor General then, who was doing that fantastic work. Mr. Speaker, on Mr. Yadomulebo, Mr. Speaker, and I say illegally because it has actually been proven by a competent court of jurisdiction that his removal was an illegal removal. Mr. Speaker, with all of this, it is not surprising, therefore, that the President did not have the courage to talk about corruption. Mr. Speaker, on the Transparency International data, his government so far is the worst in the history of the Fourth Republic in terms of the measurement of the perception of corruption in this country. His best performance, indeed, happens to be the worst performance of his predecessor. And so, therefore, again, I am not surprised that he did not have the courage to make reference to corruption. Mr. Speaker, finally, in 2017, the President, His Excellency...
Actually, you have less than 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, the President said again, and I quote, he spoke of the Ghana that he wanted. And so I quote, this Ghana will be defined by integrity, sovereignty, a common ethos, discipline, and shared values. Mr. Speaker, my emphasis is this. It is one where we aim to be masters of our own destiny, where we mobilize our own resources for the future, breaking the shackles of the Gogisberg colonial economy and a mindset of dependency, bailouts, and extraction, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I'm therefore scandalized that despite these assurances, today the Finance Ministry is advising His Excellency the President not to sign on to the LGBTQ bill because we are afraid of losses that we may suffer as a result of the passage of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the President must be reminded about his statement where he spoke of the Ghana, where we will mobilize our own resources for the future and break the shackles of the Gogisberg colonial economy. Mr. Speaker, this bill, I believe, presents the President the opportunity to help us realize this dream, if for nothing at all, for us to mobilize our resources if the potential losses that they predict will happen as a result of the passage of this bill really come true. Mr. Speaker, if the President will be remembered for anything, despite his abysmal failure after 70 years, this bill should be one that he should be remembered with once he has sent it into law. I thank you.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Gifty Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion of appreciating the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for giving all of us the true state of our nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we have a president who has advanced in age and has a vice president who is very much energetic and sees today and sees the future. And for that reason, the President of the Republic has spent so much emphasis on developing the human resources, which is our most valuable resource that any nation could have. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of countries who had no natural resources, but when they made the human resources their priority, they are the nations that will visit them for all sorts of support. And for that reason, the President of the Republic, together with his Vice President, made a point that we're going to emphasize very much on our human resources. Mr. Speaker, you bear with me that what we're talking about human resources, even though they go with physical development, but developing human resources, all of that testify to the dividends of that project after a number of years. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our tertiary institutions, the grammar tertiary institutions and the TVET tertiary institutions, Mr. Speaker, by courtesy the digitalization agenda of our Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and as an MPP, proud to say that he is our flag bearer and inshallah, the future president. We have online teaching in the various tertiary institutions, where by virtue of paying the fees, you have access to online teaching and also face-to-face teaching. Mr. Speaker, in recent Ghana, when you travel to any free SHS second institution, before you get to the school, you find that you are connected to the school's Wi-Fi. Yes, we have Wi-Fi in all our second cycle institution. There was a day I went to Sawem, and when I got to St. Martin's in Sawem, before I could just pick my phone, trying to get online, I realized that in Sawem St. Martin's, Wi-Fi has been connected. This is a true digitalization. Mr. Speaker, talking about our second sector institutions and infrastructure, they are uncountable. Over 3,000 projects have been completed and commissioned. Together this morning, the Minister for Education was here, and he confirmed that even with e-blocks, 33 had been completed. In addition to that, the second cycle institutions, from dormitories to classroom blocks, were places of convenience that are with boreholes because they are modern places of convenience. That is the WC toilet facilities. We have numerous of them with boreholes and mechanized tanks. Mr. Speaker, when we come to a basic school, in our basic school infrastructure, many has been improved. And for preschool, that is the KG, it is only under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that we have standard KG, where we have 2 unique classrooms, we have washrooms, we have changing rooms, and all this together with water system for the KGs to use. And with this, we have almost 1,000 in the country. Mr. Speaker, when we come to the primary school, we have introduced what we call the National Assessment in Literacy and Numeracy for Primary 2, Primary 4, Primary 6. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say that by courtesy of digitalization agenda, last year, when the class 4 pupils were writing their NSAT, they used tablet. Yes, they used tablet to assess the possible questions and answers. Yes. Yes, find out from your head teacher and the directors. Mr. Speaker, as much as we're trying to improve the standards of education at all levels, many individuals, by virtue of they stay too far away from schools where a child under 10 years could work, many of them are 10 and above, but they don't have access to basic school. Again, we also have a number of individuals who have been in school, but they have dropped out due to one circumstance or the other. These individuals are on our street, on our homes, on our farms. By this government intervention, we have introduced a project we call Ghana Education Outcome Project. And this Ghana Education Outcome Project we call GEO have been able to identify.
Honorable lady, please, your colleague is on his feet. Let me just listen to him. Your time is actually safe for you, so no problem. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, the former Deputy Minister, when she was talking about national assessment conducted for P4 pupils last year, she mentioned that they use tablets. I want her to support that position with examples which schools used the tablet in answering the questions last year, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in Ahafo region, in Eastern region, Mampong, when they wrote the NSAT for People's 4, that was the first time last year the peoples were given this tablet to assess the question, because the first one, people thought that how could Ahafo be first? So the questions were digitalized. Yes, Mr. Speaker, they are. They are. The Speaker, I'm sure you subtracted the time for answering the question from my presentation. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, other students, due to no fault of theirs or their own useful exuberance, had left school. And by GEOP, that is Ghana Educational Outcome Project, we've identified 72,000 individuals who have been in school and dropped out or haven't been in school at all. I'm glad to say that we have interventions for them through complementary education. And now, 17,000 of these individuals have been trained and has been mainstreamed to the formal school. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say that in February this year, by this intervention, the government of Ghana received an award at Government Summit at Dubai for being able to get to the street, to get individuals who have been in and out of school to be re-enrolled back to mainstream education by getting 17,340. Yes, I went for the award. Mr. Speaker, and the award was GovTech, that we had the award in February 2024, this year. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the area of TVET, it is fantastic. Then you understand that the monies that government has had and managed, we really use the monies well for human resource development. Mr. Speaker, in TVET, 2017, we had only 17 TVET on the government. But as of now, we have as many as 340 TVET institutions benefiting from the free TVET. We are not just doing mass TVET education, but we have a number of interventions to improve conditions at TVET institutions at all levels. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to inform the House that when you get to the tertiary TVET institutions, 10 technical universities, Amstead, that is Akintiapia Minka, and the other polytechnics, we have a facility from amateurs to improve administration and laboratory facilities. We have Planet Core to tackle 10 technical universities, workshops with state-of-the-art TVET equipment, and there are also industrial equipment for training. We also have a facility from Vasi Austria, where second cycle TVET institution has been facelift and retooled. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to say that it's not only those in formal education TVET that we're supporting them, but under Ghana TVET Voucher Project, we have master craftsmen that we're giving them free training, hands-on, CBT, to ensure that as we're improving those in the formal sector, we're also improving those in the non-formal sector, so that wherever you go, once we agree that technology is dynamic, we also upgrade all of that, the various boutiques and the various workshops. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to say that we have spent so much to set up sector skills bodies. Yes, one may ask, what is the use of sector skill bodies? These sector skill bodies are to ensure that we bring industry closer to our academia, as we have commission for TVET, collaborating this to ensure that the curricula we're using in training our young individuals in TVET are not academically based, but we collaborate with the industry for them to tell us what is the need, present need of academia, present need of industries, and the future need, so we treat them appropriately. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to inform the House that Ghana is a member of the World Skills International, where we attend international contests, hands-on, and we come home with medals, gold medals. We work for World Skills Africa in Namibia, and we came home with gold medals, silver medals, and bronze medals, just for the whole world to know that, yes, the TVET we're doing, it is not TVET that is textbook TVET, but it is TVET that solves problems. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these graduates that we churn out are not going to move from office to office with huge CV looking for employment. We would establish Ghana Skills Development Fund, where the individuals have to put themselves together as individuals, and then they get proposals, they apply for this Ghana's Skill Development Fund grant, and then industries are established, and where there are industries already, they are able to expand, open their doors for our young learners to use these factories as for internship and also develop themselves to ensure that we improve quality of the products we have in Ghana here. We improve quantity to ensure that once we're the diverse sector, yes, we produce the quality materials and the quality product that we always go to other countries to enjoy, which push stress
Member,
on
you have
our
less than 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if one may ask, what has the Kufuor government, together with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Minister Digitalization, has done? We have invested so much hugely in human resource, and that is what we're going to take Ghana for. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your attention.
Yes, Honorable Member, thank you so much. We now move on to Honorable Hajia Ladi. Honorable Hajia Ladi. 10 minutes. I see. I wasn't around when that decision was taken. ECOWAS members, 50 minutes. Is that what was agreed upon?
Even if it's 1 minute.
Yes.
Speaker, that was not the decision. If my colleague will recall, and I don't mean to.
So it's 10 minutes. 10
Speaker,
minutes.
It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes, please, go on. 10 minutes.
And she's my friend.
10 minutes. 10 minutes, go on. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
The issue of ECOWAS members never came up in our discussion. But, you know, they are representing this parliament at the international level. And so if it has come up, it's not a decision we can make. It won't hurt at all for us to give our honorable member 15 minutes. It won't hurt at all.
And so after that, do we extend it to Pan-African Parliament members?
I am amenable to, we on this side, we've often been amenable to such calls. I just hope that you take a cue.
So I want to know, are we stopping only at ECOWAS or we go to Pan-African too?
So not exactly, but we can vary the decision made, and then we did a similar one to the Honorable Adjournment. Originally, she was supposed to speak for 10 minutes, but
you did that for Honorable Adjournment,
yeah.
And we did that for Honorable Rashid Pilpo, because both were deputy leaders before. And so, if you want us to do it for ECOWAS members, why not? But if we move on, by the time we realize your side will have more advantage because you have more members in those bodies than the minority. If they accept it, we'll go on.
Speaker, it's acceptable to me, and I'm sure we'll always agree to disagree. We will engage as and when we should engage.
So 50 members, 50 minutes, right? 50 minutes. Hajia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the understanding that I have got 50 minutes to say something about at least the state of the nation address that was presented by His Excellency, the President. Mr. Speaker, I am completely down to have been contributing. And this is because what I expected to hear about the real state of the nation is not what I heard. But then, the President has presented and we will have to comment or also say something about what he has said. Mr. Speaker, sitting here and listening to my colleagues. And worst of it was when the issue of the courts and the structures or projects that have been completed was brought about, and you had to come in to tell us right in our faces that at least let us look each other on the face or in the face and say it as it is. It's not surprising at all that the current government claims projects, alludes projects to themselves, brand projects, go changing names of facilities or even structures to satisfy themselves. Mr. Speaker, it's not an issue of changing the names, it's a matter of doing the work. You didn't do it, you only saw the project there, you go and change it. UDS was changed, that is Navrongo. Currently we are hearing about Kwame Nkrumah, the Kumasi airport. And I know it's going to go on and on and on and on. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. I have heard that the airport at Kumasi is going to be changed. The name is going to be changed. If that is true or not, let us beware that we have seen it before. And so I will not be surprised. So if they are claiming government projects, we shouldn't be surprised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, human resource is something that is very, very important and very necessary. Very important and necessary. We talk about human resource.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, my friend said Kwame Nkrumah, Kumasi Airport. In fact, she's better off retracting that and making her statement. But if she means to press on with that, she may have to give better particulars. Because I never heard the president said Kwame Nkrumah, Kumasi Airport.
Yes, the name of the airport, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I slipped and I corrected it to the Kumasi airport. And so I'm sorry I slipped. Mr. Speaker, to continue, we talk about human resource. And yet day in, day out, we have issues of our teachers, unemployment for our teachers who are seated at home with certificates and waiting. Our nurses, we have seen them parading around, having demonstrations, and yet we are talking about human resource. Is there anything more than us having our classrooms filled with teachers, and that the little ones that are going to inherit us, those that are coming up, would get that education that is needed? Is there anything better than our health services, that you go to some of our health facilities today, and maybe in even some of them, you might not even find 2 or 3 nurses. The best you would find is a nurse, one single nurse. No doctors, no enough doctors in our facilities. And yet we talk about we are doing everything possible for human resource. Our human resource initiative is so good, and what have you. I think we are better off when we look at that aspect. Mr. Speaker, last year, for admissions into our teacher training colleges, they were giving quotas. They were giving quotas. And that is very horrible. You are not employing them. You are not giving them the work. Let them go to the school. The food is not good enough. They are struggling. They are paying fees. Mr. Speaker, today students in colleges pay more than 4,000 Ghana cedis. Admission fee alone. Why do you even prevent them when you have no contribution to making them go there? The only contribution is the teaching, and then the contribution is the facility. That is it. Why give them this in quotas? Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that some of us sit and we listen with pain when the issues of security is being paraded and spoken about. Then someone goes back to 1982 to be talking about issues that happened. For God's sake, If you were elected into governance, you were elected to do better. You were not elected to do worse. Mr. Speaker, we sit here, we have heard, we have listened, sometimes we have seen what has happened. Mr. Speaker, have we so soon forgotten about the killing of the 8 people at Techiman? Just because of votes, just because of elections that you kill someone's child? Up to 8 persons, up to now, we haven't heard anything. Nobody is saying anything about it. It's so sad, so disheartening. What is the encouragement here that we give to people who actually would wish to go and vote or would go to witness what is happening after voting? 8 people have been killed, no question, nothing has been said. No message to the parents. His Excellency came, spoke, and never said anything about these killings. Mr. Speaker, I was war gone. We were all here, we saw what happened. Up until now, we can only be listening to the sound of mosquitoes that would have prevented people from dressing properly and going there to kill people. We saw all that. Mr. Speaker, our own colleague, J.B. Dankwa, we were here together when we heard of his killing. We woke up to that news and we were all so sad. It's not about politics. Until now, up till date, Mr. Speaker, there is no message, nothing. Mr. Speaker, military brutalities in Ashama, we have it. The Botiano killings, which is still under investigation that I will not want to talk about. Let me go back to my own place, Boku. We have issues that we have spoken about on the grounds in this house. We have 8 people who were murdered in Zogun. Up until now, we haven't heard anything, we haven't seen anything. We don't understand and we don't have the power to investigate, and nobody is saying anything about it. Mr. Speaker, we have the brutalities of the military at Garu. People who were fast asleep at about 1 a.m. One of them died. Just say, oh, condolences to the families. And come out and support those who at least were beaten for no reason. Mr. Speaker, when you meddle the issue of the chieftaincy with the attacks on our people, you would go killing innocent people, because the Garu incident had nothing to do with what was happening in Boku. They were sleeping. And so that shouldn't have happened, and yet it happened. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Guabula, all 6 of us MPs from that area had to go home. We have heard nothing up till now. Just recently, 3 persons were killed. They were killed, and what all we could hear is that they were some said they were smoking weed, others said they had weapons, others said they were having a meeting. I don't suppose that when you catch someone smoking weed, you are supposed to shoot and kill that person. I don't believe in that, and I know it is not supposed to be same. Mr. Speaker, I visited the family, and I visited where they were killed, because they were shot right in front of their own house. And I have the pictures of where they were killed. Mr. Speaker, I have the pictures. That is an Arabic school where they were shot and killed. The mother of one of them, who had just completed the teacher training college and was going to only buy a cylinder and go for posting, where he was sent to do his out program, was one of those who were killed. Mr. Speaker, I have it here and I'm presenting it. Mr. Speaker, the other incident was just some 1 week ago around Basionde, where the military went again only to attack a house because someone had reported that his land had been sold by another person. First in the history of the world, I've never heard military going to talk about land issues. And I know that when such an issue is to come up, they would have to take it to the police station. And yet, going back after that incident, Mr. Speaker, I would be grateful if you take the trouble to look at a lady's tie This is the leg of a lady who only went there to find out what did I see going to that house. And this is the beating of the lady. Here. That is the leg of a woman. Someone's sister, someone's mother, someone's wife. Here. And we are talking about security. A man who heard the woman crying and couldn't control himself and had to go. This is his back. Simply because someone reported that his land was taken. Mr. Speaker, it's most unfortunate. I have those horrendous pictures. Mr. Speaker, getting back to issues of our school feeding, especially in our secondary schools. I was shocked to the bone when I saw my brother, the Minister for Education, go to Laboni Secondary School and Presec. He went into the dining halls and even sat with them. I have the pictures here. I will not talk anything I haven't seen. It's here. Mr. Speaker, the pictures are here. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, you see, when you are doing arm-rest supervision, arm-rest monitoring, you never see anything. How can you be monitoring or supervising in Accra? Then you compare it to a school in Boku. You compare it to a school in Bolga and say everybody is okay. How many children are in Laboni who will not eat and drink what they want? How many of them? For God's sake, let us be fair to our people who represent human beings. We want everybody to be educated, but for education, most probably, I wouldn't have been here. So let us be fair to them. When we are visiting, when we are doing monitoring, let us get to the ground and let us actually talk about what is happening. There are students who go home for 3 months before they go back to school. They will not, and their headmasters and teachers will never tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is because there is no food, because they fear. They fear. And so they wouldn't agree to mention, and that is a hard fact I am talking about. Mr. Speaker, this government will continue talking and talking and talking. They have spoken about IMF. We were all in this house. One of my colleagues said that we will not go to IMF today, we won't go tomorrow, we won't go tomorrow next, as long as the MPP remains in government. But are you God? Now you have gone. Even what was left in the accounts by the NDC, you have scooped it, it wasn't enough. That is you. And then the other issue is that you talk about roads. And my brother, unfortunately I have to say this because at least I wouldn't have liked to say anything for one reason or the other, but I'm compelled because of my road, so forgive me. Bolgatanga Boku Pulmakom Road is still sitting there, is not completed. The Eastern Corridor Road comes through Pusiga and goes to Kolongungu. It has not been done, and the contractors have moved. They have left completely, they have left. They are not there. Not even, the only thing they have not picked is maybe the iron rod that cannot be lifted. That's all. So, all the monies that you have taken, the stability fund that was the stabilization fund that was there, which you scooped, we don't even know what you did for it with it. You scooped it because there's nothing there. That is scooping. Yes. And so today we have nothing there. Then you are talking about COVID. You are talking about what? As if Ukraine war, if anything at all, I can be very close to that. Mr. Speaker, the Heritage Fund, all that has been taken. We sit here and we listen. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked when the president never mentioned anything about women. But we are 40 in this house. Not less than 10 to 12 of us lost the primaries. We do not know what will even happen to those of us who are going into the general elections. And as you have been mentioning, about the issue of women representation. I thought that he being someone who had been touting women representation, he is someone who likes women to be in the... I thought he would have said something. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. We never heard anything. Why? And that is the president that we have been looking at to talk about the affirmative action. What did he say? We heard little. Mr. Speaker, we are talking today about tax exemption on sanitary pads. We are not talking about tax reduction or what. They should just remove it completely. A girl of 10 years has to use sanitary pads, and you say you are moving taxes from local ones or those important. Whichever way you are doing it, no, we don't want the tax on it at all. We don't want the tax on it. These are girls. Most of them are not like those that you see in places that you think that they can afford money to buy. And coming just from a program, the tax officer who presented made us understand that even after all those taxes, you will be buying one box of sanitary pads, just a small pack of sanitary pads, the cheapest, 20 Ghana cedis. Where is that person at Zuarungu going to get that 20 cedis? And then buy that. Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard anything about Kayaye. The Kayaye issue is Yamutu. Kayaye, Yamutu, Ba Magana. Kayaye matter, no more talk, is dead and buried. Those facilities that, he's my brother, so I won't use that word. My brother, the vice president, said he was going to construct hostels for them. It's very interesting. I will be grateful if we can get them and we can go and look at them and get our sisters to use those facilities. Mr. Speaker, we heard about ultra-modern secondary schools that were going to be built in each Jongo community. Where are those secondary schools? We haven't heard anything. We haven't seen anything. And that is the fact about it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable lady, you are on a point of order. She has only 1 minute left, but let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to react to some of the issues.
React? No.
Some of the issues that my sister raised.
You are out of order. When it's your turn, you can do so. But you only stand on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
React is a different thing. Yes, you have less than 1 minute to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that I am not in any way enthused about the state of the nation. Because I go to the market and I can see just a small pint of tomato being sold at 200 Ghana cedis. There's just a small tin of the tomato with onion being sold at 100 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, today in Pusiga, the price of maize is higher than the price of rice. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is rather unfortunate that individuals who listened to them at that time would be regretting. But I'm hoping that that regret is shown in December this 2024, and that we will understand and know that we really made a very big mistake and that it will not be repeated, because we don't want a driver who will have a mate that will never tell him the truth, doesn't want to even say it when the vehicle is either somersaulting, burning, has a flat tire, going on a wrong route. We don't want that mate, because if the mate is that, Then we have a driver Banza and a mate Banza. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, we now listen to Honourable Sylvester Tete. Honourable Sylvester Tete, how many minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address ably delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, I haven't seen an honest man like the President Mr. Speaker, the President was honest, precise, and straight to the point. I think the President did not mince words to tell us the state of our nation as it is today. Where we are down, Mr. Speaker, he made mention of the fact that we are down, but we are rising again. I heard my honorable colleague from Pusiga talking about the tax exemption on the PAD issues in this house, and that she had problem with taking the tax composition on the raw materials imported for production in our country, to the extent that she wishes that the tax element on the finished product from outside should rather be taken off. I beg to differ. In this country, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, through 1D1F, there's a company that produces sanitary pads.
Honourable member, just a minute. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, he is misquoting me. How can I say that I don't want the tax component to be taken off from imported sanitary pad? I said it must be completely taken off, whether local or imported, completely. Nothing. It shouldn't be an issue of percentages, because we have other taxes that come in. That was what I stated, but not that I said it. How can I say that?
Honourable member, please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is where she has to listen to me. To the extent that the Minister of Finance, acting on instructions of the President, had acted in what she wants to see. I'm saying that in this country, we have capacity of production of sanitary pads. There's a company in my constituency, one of the 5 companies that produces sanitary pads in this country. And the required capacity of this country, they produce more than 7 times what we need per year. So why would you say, I am telling you, and I challenge you, one of the 5 companies that produces sanitary pads in this country, the volume and the capacity they produce, the required capacity of this country, they produce 7 times more that. That is why we took the decision, to take off the taxes on the raw material for these companies to do the production locally here in Ghana, so that we'll have the jobs of these people who work in these factories maintained for job creation for the people of this country. So when you say whether locally produced or foreign or imported, the tax component must be removed, I beg to differ. That's the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker. Sunda, number 1 company is Sunda. They produce 3 times more a national requirement, and many other companies. There are 5 in this country. That is what I'm trying to say.
Honourable member, I wouldn't have said anything, but your emphasis, because they met me in my office, and they themselves, the players in the industry, the manufacturers, said because of the taxes, some of them folded and they are operating outside the country. And so now, for us to allow them to come back, we need to have a transitional period. There's no company in Ghana that produces even up to the demand level. And you are talking about 3 times. I will get in touch with that company you've mentioned.
Mr. Speaker, I still stand by what I said.
Yes, I have not denied that.
I have paid a visit to the said company in my constituency, and they've shown me the numbers. And
what are the numbers of demand?
Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I have them here. I will go through it and then
demand. Yes, tell us. You started with talking about integrity and
Yes,
honesty.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do that.
Yes,
I'll
so
do that.
please.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, before we finish the debate, I'll get the full data for you. I'm not getting them here. Please.
Honorable member, go on. Please go on.
I've mentioned the company. It's situated in my constituency.
Yes, the debate.
We finish this debate with your leave. I'll do that. So colleagues should oblige me that. So, Mr. Speaker, the point is made clear on that one, and I'll come before we leave here on the sanitary parts, and the records are available for all of us. Mr. Speaker, the President has made it clear that the security of the country is intact, to the extent that I've heard my colleague talking about specific issues in their constituency. I don't begrudge her for doing that. But the President, in reporting to us about the safety and the security of this country, he made mention of the fact that in spite of all the happenings around our neighboring countries, the territorial integrity, as far as security is concerned about this country, is intact, to the extent that all the countries along the coast on the Gulf of Guinea had one terrorist attack or the other, except this country. And to that extent, it's not a statement of force. Rather, there's a truth statement of the situation we find ourselves. To the extent that our neighboring countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and these terrorist attacks are very close to our borders. But we've been able to secure the borders of this country. That notwithstanding, not to say that we've not had internal security issues. The President reported on external integrity or how this territorial integrity of this country is protected. And I think that the President must not be quoted out of context. We must take to the fact what the President said, and we should not score our political point by quoting the President or trying to quote the President what he did not say. Mr. Speaker, again, we talked about digitalization of our country, and the President had made it clear. And that is why when we celebrate the Vice President, the digital champion, we know why we are saying that. And we keep saying is the future of this country, to the extent that today, from the teaching hospitals, regional hospitals, district hospitals, the President has reported that you don't need a folder. It's been digitalized and has been networked to the extent that anywhere you go in this country, it is a forward-looking, and these are things when they are mentioned elsewhere, we'll begin to celebrate them. Let us be modest in the celebration of our achievement as a country. We don't do politics with everything. We know the challenges we have as a country. However, in the face of all the challenges we talk about, we're still meeting our obligation with respect to our statutory payment and making sure we've kept our light on, making sure our National Health Service is working, making sure our school feeding programs are working, making sure kids are getting the benefit of what they need in this country. Mr. Speaker, we talked about inclusion.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have tried to intervene, but my colleague is a member of Parliament. He just said that the government has met their obligation with all statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, you know that is not true. It took the intervention of this House last week, even for a portion of this Assembly Common Fund to be released. We have to delay sitting for the President to direct that a portion be paid. Get fund, NHI, all of them are in arrears. Contractors are not paid. So where from this that a member of Parliament and incoming Deputy Minister of Information is already saying, he's already giving information like this, and he's coming to meet the appointment committee tomorrow? I fear that you are setting up yourself for further scrutiny. Be informed. The record is that the statutory funds are in arrears. This Assembly Common Fund is in arrears of billions of cedis.
Get fund, NHIS, ask for payment of contractors and other things is another matter. So stay clear of this. Yes, after we decided that we will not come to the chamber until the right things are done. Mr. Speaker, but still, government still owes this Assembly Common Fund. So the incoming Deputy Minister, it is not true that government is up to date with statutory funds. They are not up to date. That is the fact.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, my colleague you are saying the same thing as he said. Now, Speaker, maybe, with respect, maybe it's a matter of semantics. My colleague said, and he's a very diligent, eloquent, he says the government is making efforts. The government has been making efforts. I mean, this one, I know your English tutor was very good. And you yourself, your English is very good. So that is not a matter of his place head over. The man was speaking with positivity. And in fact, he said, government is making efforts. That's it. Proceed. Speaker, I don't think it's
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My respected leader and a friend knows that I mean no harm. And of course, I want to say that he's not trying to gag me ahead of my vetting. However, Mr. Speaker, I was clear that in spite of all the challenges we are facing as a country, government is making every effort to meet its statutory obligations. It does not mean government has not owed. In previous times, Mr. Speaker, with your experience, you know that successive government had owed one way or the other, in many occasions, statutory commitment to this country. And we know that in the face of all this, we continue to meet our obligations. And these are things that I say with all humility, that in the face of all the challenges we are talking about, these obligations, that we continue to work to meet. And then my other colleague said that the president did not speak about women. The president spoke in clear terms about the intervention, how a number of females that have been supported through the Ghana Enterprises Agency for their businesses. And this is a mention of women. So when they say the president did not speak about women, I found that intriguing, because the statement of the president is here. How 500 and 255,000 people had been supported through the Ghana Enterprise Agency, and about 65% of this number are females. And the president made mention of that. So when you sit here and say the president did not make mention of females in this country, then I don't know what else you want the president to say about it. So for me, I think that if we debate the state of the nation, the president cannot make mention of everything. But where credit is due, let us try to accord the president that credit as it were. Mr. Speaker, the president through digitalization again talked about the performance tracker. We keep saying, and you hear communicators, political party, even members of parliament and some senior members of our society keep asking, where are the projects? You've contracted so much loans. Where are the projects? Tell us where the projects are. Agenda 111, one district, one factory, one village, one dam, and all these government projects that have been undertaken for all these years. Now the solution is here, that the president, through the instrumentality of the vice president and the future of this country, had told us that we are launching a performance tracker that at the press of the button, at the comfort of your home, in the comfort of your bed, you can track every government project, including your constituency where the projects are located. Mr. Speaker, what else do we want as a country? So that there will be accountability, there will be seriousness in the governance we deliver to the good people of this country. Look forward for the performance tracker that the district hospital, that the regional hospital, that Agenda 111, the one district, one factory, the road that is being constructed at your constituency within your district, you will find all these projects. There's been debate about how many project government has done through the GET fund in all the schools in this country. Look out for the tracker. The tracker will lead you to all the projects, the dormitories, the administration blocks, the classroom blocks that have been constructed in this country. It is only a forward-looking government and the future of this country that will think about the fact that anybody, anywhere you are, you want to assess the development, the extent of development and projects, to the extent that donor partners will sit at the comfort of their home, that the project you've said will use their monies to do, they can now track those projects wherever they are, and they'll give credit to government. So I think that whatever we are doing in this country, we are making giant strides.
And I think we must not belittle the performance of this country. Successive government has contributed their quota. And I think where we are today, we travel to many other African countries. We can pat ourselves in the back that we are doing well. It is not the best that we aim to get anyway, but what we are getting, I think that we need to commend ourselves for the things we are doing. The president talked about Ghana card. That when we came into office, 2017, we have only 900,000 card holders, those who have been issued Ghana cards. Today, 17.6 million Ghanaians have been issued with Ghana cards, the basis of which we can have the security of our country, the basis of which we can have a data, the basis of which the crime that we want to fight in this country will be reduced. This is the forward looking of a government that has invested so much money to the extent that today 17.6 million Ghanaians have been given the Ghana card. We've been talking about making sure that if you have a Ghana card, then there's no point getting a voter's ID card. If you have 900,000 people out of 30 million people, how do you use Ghana card to become a voter card in this country? A forward-looking Akufo-Addo's government and Dr. Bawumia's government is working to the extent that every Ghanaian, to the extent that the biometrics is fully developed after 6 years. If a child is born today, you'll be registered. By the time you turn 6, your card will be issued to you. Then you cannot cheat in age in this country. That is forward-looking, and that is what we want to support in this country. Again, the president talked about mobile money interoperability. Ghana is the first country in Africa in mobile money banking services or financial services in this country. How did that come about? It came about by the mobile money interoperability. That today, all over, we do transactions that our market women can travel any part of this country by using their mobile phones. You can transfer money from your mobile account to your bank account. Financial inclusion.
30 seconds left.
Mr. Speaker, what we are saying, what the president has demonstrated and has said to the good people of this country, I believe that is clear. And the state of this country is in safe hands. That is why we are preaching and we are saying that the continuity of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, with the good things that NADO has done, will take us to where we want to be. On this note, I want to commend the president and urge this house to thank His Excellency the President for a message well delivered to the good people of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
Honourable Member, thank you so much. We now have the turn of Honourable Dr. Godfred Seidu Jesau. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to contribute to the motion and thank the President for the message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, before I go to my substantive comments to add, I just like to say that my colleague opposite, who just sat down, said Ghana was the first to introduce mobile money banking and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, clearly it's common knowledge, and all of us used to relish about the successes of Kenya and other Eastern African countries on the success of mobile money, interoperability, banking, and so on, opening up financial services to rural women particularly and rural inhabitants. So it cannot be true that Ghana started it. Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, I have read the President's State of the Nation's address, and I noticed that he spoke about a number of issues.
Just a minute, yes.
I want to draw this point that I did not say Ghana is the first country to have introduced mobile money. I said Ghana is ranked #1 in financial inclusion in Africa, and that's the point.
Thank you. Honourable Member, you have changed your language. That's exactly what you said. This one, you are changing everything. Financial inclusion is different from mobile interoperability. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I talked about mobile money, how mobile money, through the mobile money interoperability, has aided businesses. But when I said first in Africa, I made mention of that in respect of financial inclusion.
That is what, please go and listen to your voice or the Hansard. You admit what I'm saying. I listen to all of you. If what you said had been true, I will not intervene. Please, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that I managed to get him to correct himself. And as Deputy Minister for Misinformation, it's important at the stage in which our country is that we don't produce a Deputy Minister for misinformation. It has to be information. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I listened to His Excellency the President, and I noticed that one important promise that have run through his addresses from 2017 has been the importance of irrigation agriculture in our country and our economy. Mr. Speaker, a lot of talk has been said around irrigation and how important it is. Unfortunately, after 7 years, Mr. Speaker, the President has just one paragraph that is repeating the successes of the Tamni Dam in the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker will recall that in 2019, November specifically, His Excellency the President, the Vice President, and almost all government machinery took themselves to the northeastern region to cut the sword for what we call the Kwalugu Multipurpose Dam. This is almost $1 billion project that was supposed to transform the face of agriculture, rice production, vegetable production, generate electricity, and then stop the perennial floods that, in fact, the annual floods that we've been observing year in, year out. Mr. Speaker, since 2019, budget allocation to this project has been nothing but abysmal. It's been terrible. It shows lack of commitment because in the first year, Mr. Speaker, it was expected that $54 million was supposed to be put for this project. Government only succeeded in putting $11 million. The second year, government was supposed to pay $51 million. It ended up putting 27 million Ghana cedis on this project. Since then, no other person has gone into this, and as a consequence, Mr. Speaker, that project is kaput. Nobody is talking about the Kwalugu irrigation dam again. I'm so disappointed because that is the region of our Vice President, and I was taught that they have gotten a very sane, sustainable financing arrangement for this very important project. Unfortunately, we don't have that commitment. And so the face of irrigation agriculture is still under very high threat in this country. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I didn't hear the President talk about was what they were going to do about poultry industry. Mr. Speaker, you would realize that after spending so much money in agriculture, what we are seeing is rather a declining productive sector in the sector. Mr. Speaker, for example, we spent almost 3 billion Ghana cedis in the last 7 years on Planting for Food and Jobs program. Mr. Speaker, the specifics are that in 2018, Government of Ghana spent 400 million Ghana cedis on Planting for Food and Jobs. In 2019, we spent 380 million Ghana cedis on Planting for Food and Jobs. In 2020, we spent another 400 million Ghana cedis in Planting for Food and Jobs. In 2021, 439 million Ghana cedis. In 2022, 614 million Ghana cedis. Last year, 2023, we spent 600 million Ghana cedis. And this year, we are spending 700 million Ghana cedis on Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, after spending all this money in Planting for Food and Jobs, what do we have to show? Mr. Speaker, I will recall that in the news just about last week or two, you heard kenke sellers saying they will not sell kenke to you again and give you pepper free. You have to buy the pepper. Mr. Speaker, this is a consequence. Pepper is being imported into the country. We are not able to produce pepper to be able to supply and meet the demand of pepper in this economy. Mr. Speaker, after spending that amount of money, the importation of poultry is actually increasing. Indeed, the local production of poultry, supplementing with the imported poultry quantities, instead of reducing, is actually increasing. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we imported about 82% of the poultry requirements into this country. Fast track to 2021, we are importing, in fact, 2021, we imported 87.5%. 2022, 95.4%, and it's only 2023 that we are showing to be importing 97.3%. So less than 3% of the poultry consumption requirement is what we are able to produce and supplement as a local component. Mr. Speaker, that is dire. That is an indictment on all the agricultural investments that we have made as a country. And I think we should bow down our heads in shame. Mr. Speaker, the same narrative can be given about rice. Mr. Speaker, as you would know, we are spending about $2 billion in food importation into this economy. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, the Minister of Finance was here and told us that they have recognized this and that steps were being taken to be able to correct this. Mr. Speaker, what do we see? They even give out a 7-point agenda and says that one of the critical agenda is to increase the productive capacity of the economy such that it can be able to address the shocks in forex and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we're all excited to hear that and have been looking forward to the specific policy propositions that will address this. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing has come out of that because what we heard was that government jettisoned, abandoned the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative and said it had come to an end and that they were starting a phase 2 of the Planting for Food and Jobs program. Mr. Speaker, we've been looking for the review report of the Planting for Food and Jobs phase 1 in order to understand what really informed government's shift to Planting for Food and Jobs 2. We're also excited, however, still hoping that maybe there may be some salvation, some hope, some salvation in the Planting for Food and Jobs 2. We checked the document, Mr. Speaker, and we realized that there's nothing new about it. It is an IMF conditionality that subsidy to agriculture has to be scrapped. End of story. Mr. Speaker, so what is happening now under Planting for Food and Jobs 2, and let nobody be excited about it, is that subsidy, input subsidy is cancelled. No farmer in this country is going to enjoy any subsidy from the government of Ghana to produce food crops to feed us. Mr. Speaker, what is rather going to happen is that they say that the private sector will drive it. And they say the new agenda is that it is private sector driven. As if private sectors are working as NGOs. Private sectors are existing for profits. They are profit motives. And so anything that will help the ordinary farmer, Mr. Speaker, cannot be guaranteed under the new Planting for Food and Jobs program. Mr. Speaker, you would realize that one other important indicator that has been worrying us so much is the fluctuations, in fact, the hikes in food prices. Food prices cannot be guaranteed in this country. By November, harvest in northern Ghana started for most of our grains, maize, rice. So you could record a slight dip in the prices of those commodities. Unfortunately, at the same time, we heard the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union complaining that there are farmers that were rice producers, rice farmers in the upper east, northeastern, and northern regions had lots of ripe harvest that could not be bought. Mr. Speaker, the paddy rice is still stuck up there. There's no market. Mr. Speaker, what happens? The only rational decision is, can you then allow your Nigerian, your Ivorian, your Togolese counterparts who may be interested in this paddy to buy them? Yes, that's the only rational decision for the farmer. So, Mr. Speaker, as a country, what is our exact policy response in these things? It looks like it's business as usual. We are just rabble-rousing. We don't really have a direction. And so it translates into the policy inconsistency that has bedeviled our agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that this last State of the Nation's address from Mr. President will give us some real hope. I hear a number of my colleagues saying that it's so hopeful, there is hope, and so on and so forth. Then I read it, I don't see where the hope is. Because the only hope that we would have been certain about is that Mr. President will say that the food produce that have been produced in this country, we can buy them, stop them, release them, or process them. Now, if you can release them at the time shortages are being realized in different markets of the country, then it means that supply will be able to compensate for demand and prices of the commodities will remain. This is simple. Any basic agricultural student knows this. Any basic economic student knows that demand and supply have an influence in what prices you register in the country. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we cannot get this right. And so Mr. President cannot tell us that he is presenting hope in this SONA. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the food prices and the logistics surrounding it, Mr. Speaker, one of the telling problems that is even accounting for the kind of prices we are witnessing again is the infrastructure that supports this. Mr. Speaker, as for the industries, we don't hear that any new industry is set up. We don't hear that our own national food buffer stock, which was traditionally set up to be able to mop up these excess grains that are produced in the countryside. But we don't have the industries to process them. So at least the buffer stock can hold them and be able to release them. Unfortunately, since 2017, no single peso has been given to buffer stock to be able to do this job. And so, yes, buffer stock has been reduced to buy and supply school feeding. Buy and supply school feeding. So they only go to commercial banks to be able to take money, go and buy tin tomatoes and the rest, and then supply secondary schools. And as and when Ministry of Finance releases money to Ghana Education, Ministry of Education, then they pay them some to be able to go and pay their supplies. The very core function, the reason why buffer stock was set up, has been ignored. And Mr. Speaker, these things cannot be trivial. These are the real infrastructural blocks and administrative setups that have been put in place to be able to get this country out of that cyclical, food insecurity that we have always had. Unfortunately, government has not been responsive. Mr. Speaker, after spending all this money on planting for food and jobs and talking so much about it, the results we have to show is that food prices are beginning to go up. Tomato, we don't have enough tomato in the market. We don't have enough pepper in the market. Kenke sellers are telling us that they will sell the pepper to us, and food prices are simply too high that most Ghanaians, citizens are not able to afford them. So, Mr. Speaker, the talk seems to be very flowery. It seems to be bullish, and Mr. Speaker, I have to commend the President for a lot of good English normally when he speaks. But frankly, if you look at the actions that are behind this good English, you see nothing. The consequence is that what you and I are feeling in our inability to buy food, in our inability to pay for our services, in the doom zones that we are going through, in the road network that we can ply, there is the consequences of this good English. So it's just good English, and there's really no message on the state of the nation. The state of the nation is that it is good English, Mr. President, and nothing else. There's no hope. That is why I call on this House that as we go on to December polls, we should embrace the 24-hour economy policy. My sense is that seems to be very focused, it seems to be direct, it seems to make sure that you can drive production based on demand, based on input, and then once you are conscious about this, you'll be able to channel resources in a way that the production can go on, not just end at production, but end at processing for the consumer. That is value addition, and that's going to put more money in the pockets of Ghanaians. That's going to put more money, more food on the tables of Ghanaians. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can see that my colleague from Lambuse is very excited about the arguments being made, and he agrees with me that Mr. President's statement is quite hollow and not hopeful. And so I call on this House to reject this SONA and then call the President to make sure that he should come back the next time, particularly in the mid-year budget review. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I have from the majority side 4 names, and from the minority 5 names. I was told that the last name submitted, it hasn't come yet. So do we end it here, or? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I had an agreement with my colleague, Chief Whip, was back and forth and finally agreed on 4 names for today. And duly, all those names were submitted. I do not know of a 5th person. So, Honorable, I'm not done yet. Sit down. Before he stepped out, I reminded him, my colleague, Quip, that we are concluding on the 4th person. We started the debate, and so we're finishing with Doc. So, Speaker, we have the Environmental Protection Bill outstanding, and the agreement was that when we conclude, we proceed to start the consideration stage of the Environmental Protection Bill.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, the chief will have told me that the original agreement was 4-4, but we added 5 because we wanted to know what time it will be done. We had hoped that because this is an opportunity for the other side to showcase what government has done, they will readily accept to add 1 more person. It is so surprising that they are unable to give us 1 name. We are ready. They should add 1 name so that we can conclude, and they couldn't provide a name. So I think we are in your hands on that decision. But that was the agreement. I'm very surprised they couldn't get us 1 name today.
Speaker, for the records, otherwise I wouldn't have come back to speak today. For the records, person, Honorable Leader, was supposed to be the Honorable Joe Gatti. You know the Speaker has given them assignments, and they are engaging in a public sitting today. So it is not like anybody is afraid. In fact, we have a lot to say. We have a lot to say. That is why we are saying them. So please, Deputy Leader, agreement is agreement. It is not for nothing that we have in conclave. At conclave, you fail to show up. You fail to show up at conclave. Next time, come to conclave meeting. That will help you. And it will guide you. Please.
Honorable members, I'll suspend sitting for 5 minutes. Then we can come and continue with the Environmental Protection Bill at the consideration stage. That is, if the House is willing to go on. So I suspend sitting for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, you know we prioritize some bills. I just want to urge the Committee on Gender and Children to prepare for us to take the affirmative action gender equality bill through. But for today, we'll handle the environmental protection bill. But from tomorrow, we have to do the second reading of that bill and then go to the consideration stage. It's quite an urgent bill. You know how far we are behind when it comes to the affirmative action. So please kindly inform your colleagues, particularly the members of that committee, the leadership to be available tomorrow. But as proposed by the Majority Chief Whip, will handle the consideration stage of the environmental protection bill. So, honorable members, order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. That's the only item on that order paper addendum. Environmental Protection Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, clause 1. I've just been informed you are now at clause 13.
Right,
Go to clause 13. Okay, clause 13. This is not on. Your mic is not on.
Oh.
Functions of Chemicals Management Coordinating Committee.
Honorable members, I see a number of proposed amendments to clause 13, all standing in the name of the chairman to the committee. So, Chairman, you may move them now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 13, amendment proposed. Head note, delete and insert the following: functions of the committees.
Yes, honorable members.
Support the amendment.
You support the amendment? Yes, honorable Chairman, Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to draw the chairman's attention that what has been advertised is not what the chairman had moved. What is advertised is functions of the coordinating committees. But he said a must-read functions of the committee. So if you have to use functions of the committee, then you seek leave from the Speaker and amend what is advertised. So please, let's get the right thing done.
Yes,
That
Chairman,
is-
are you talking about functions of committees or
Yes,
functions
functions
of
of
the
the
coordinating?
coordinating committees. That's what I meant. I misread it. Thank you. Yeah, functions of the coordinating committees.
So, honorable members, we are being asked to delete functions of Chemicals Management Coordinating Committee and replace it with functions of the coordinating committees. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Roman 2, Chairman.
Speaker, clause 13, amendment proposed. In the opening phrase, delete Chemical Management Coordinating Committee and insert the coordinating committees.
Yes. Motion moved for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Roman 3.
Speaker, amendment proposed in paragraph B, we delete paragraph B and insert the following. Review action plans of specific related conventions, treaties, protocols, agreements, and frameworks on the environment and identify opportunities for synergies and provide guidance for joint programming.
Motion moved for the consideration of the House.
Second.
Yes. You know, it's consideration stage. You may not second, but if you have something to say, say it. Yes, please.
Our Speaker, I will urge the chairman to explain the rationale behind these changes so we can understand.
Yes, Chairman. They need further explanation on this.
The Speaker, generally we're trying to dedicate clause 13 to functions of coordinating committees, not only one. In the original sense, they limited themselves to chemical management, but through the consultation, we agreed that we should expand the scope of that clause, and so consequentially, in any part of the clause that there is a restriction, we try to amend that.
Yes, so it's now opened to other coordinating committees, not only today, Chemicals Management Coordinating Committee. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I pray that the chairman helps in explaining further the proposed amendments. He had proposed review action plans of specific related conventions, treaties, protocols, agreements, and frameworks. And I was wondering whether protocols, treaties, and conventions fall within coordinating committee. If you can explain further why they, because these are the words that I see that you have imported into the amendment.
Honorable Chairman, Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary. Now Constitutional, Legal, sorry. You know, the earlier amendment deleted the Chemical Management Coordinating Committee, not only in the head note, but also in the opening phrase. So now it's going to read the coordinating committees shall perform the following functions. And then coming to B, it says review action plans of specific related conventions, treaties, protocols, agreements, and frameworks on the environment and identify opportunities for synergies and provide guidance for joint programming. So it's the action plans that, yes, go on. You got it now? Thank you, thank you. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And I put the question on the whole of clause 13. And the question is that clause 13 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Technical committees.
There is a proposed amendment by the chairman. Yes, chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. The intention is to broaden the mandate of the board to be able to establish other technical committees as may be necessary. And so add the following new subclause. The board may establish any other technical committee that the board may determine to perform a function under this act.
Honorable members, motion moved accordingly for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I put the question on clause 14. And the question is that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Functions of technical committees.
Clause 16.
Technical review committee.
Clause 17.
Divisions, directorates, and departments of the authority.
Clause 18.
Offices of the authority.
Clause 19.
Appointment of chief executive officer.
Clause 20.
Functions of the chief executive officer.
Honorable members, clauses 15 to 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clauses 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Solicitor Secretary to the Board.
We have two proposed amendments from the committee standing in the name of the chairman. Chairman, you may move the motions.
Speaker, clause 21, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, lines 1 and 2, delete a person appointed under section 22 and insert the director of the legal department.
Motion moved accordingly is for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We'll go to the next proposed amendment to clause 21.
Speaker, we are seeking to delete subclause 2.
Motion moved accordingly to delete subclause 2 is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman, Constitutional and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, that clause raised, a person shall not be designated as Solicitor General. When the 21(1) used to be shall appoint a Solicitor General, they are now talking about the qualification to be appointed as the Solicitor General. So now that you are deleting, are you saying that you don't need the qualification anymore? Because I thought that we would use the same qualification for the post of the director, legal director. Thank you.
Yeah, Speaker, I think the director of the legal department will be someone who has a legal qualification. And so once you indicate in subclause 1 that he or she should be the Solicitor General, then 2 becomes unnecessary because you have already appointed the legal person in subclause 1.
Well, what is being proposed now is that 21(1) will read, the authority shall designate the director of the legal department as Solicitor Secretary to the board. That is now 21(1). Then 22 is now being taken away. Because 22(2) now says a person shall not be designated as Solicitor Secretary to the board unless the person has a professional legal qualification and the experience to perform the functions referred to in subsection 3. Now, to be a Solicitor Secretary, it means you have a professional legal qualification. That it was the chairman is saying. So there is no need to capture that again because it's a professional qualification in the legal profession. So you don't have to tell anybody that you need that qualification before you come. That's what is implying by the second proposed amendment to delete that clause. Yes.
Speaker, I believe it should state, for clarity, we should be very sure that we are talking about a person with that legal profession. Even though it's given, but if it's not stated, we are making laws here. It must be clearly clear. We must be sure that it's stated in the law that he must have a legal profession. So I thought the original rendition was really better.
Actually, I thought that it should have been that the authority shall designate the director of the legal department as secretary to the board. So you don't need Solicitor Secretary. I don't know of a terminology in the legal profession that is referred to as Solicitor Secretary. I know it's administrative, but professionally, you have solicitors, you have advocates, but in Ghana, we take all as one qualification. But we don't say Solicitor Secretary. We say Barrister at Law. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following the argument of the chairman, if you read 22, we are not there yet, but the 22 says the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the authority. Now, other staff means that we have taken into consideration what is at 21. So, if you have changed the 21 to legal director, that one is catered for. Then there would be other appointments, other staff to be appointed. So there's still the need to polish the 21, 1 and 2. Because if I have to follow this argument, then maybe we probably have to do away with 21(1). But it is other staff at 22. So this particular one, we have to provide for it. That's why I think that you are assuming that it should be, but 22 will not cure it. We have to say that, yes, 21, 2, the person must be a lawyer. Some companies would have a legal director, and maybe the person had done contract law at commercial school, and then he qualifies to be there. So we need to be very specific. And I think we need to save the 21, 2 to make it more elegant. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, there's some work to be done there.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, and more importantly, it is also possible that the head of the legal department might be overwhelmed and might turn on the assignment to be the Solicitor General. So there can be circumstances where the head of the legal department will not automatically accept the position as a Solicitor General. And so we must create the option that when the head of the legal department is not able to take on that assignment, a person with a legal background can be appointed as Solicitor General.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in that sense, I guess we can we can forgo that amendment and let the renditions stand as it is, so that there's no confusion. Because the assumption from the EPA, the assumption is that the head of the legal department or the legal director is a lawyer or must be a lawyer. And if he must be a lawyer, then you do not need to come to 2 and also say that the Solicitor Secretary should have a professional legal qualification. That is why 2 was to be deleted, because the legal director is a lawyer or must be a lawyer according to their standards. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that to the extent that the director of the director legal must be a lawyer, I think that we can still go ahead and delete 2.
Because I didn't handle the earlier clauses, I'm now reading back to see that clause 4 talks about the governing body of the authority. And the governing body of the authority is a board. And if stated the membership of the board, a chairperson who is an expert in environmental matters, the chief executive officer, 1 representative each who is not below the rank of director from the following, and that's ministries. There are a number of ministries there. And then 1 representative from the Association of Ghana Industries, nominated by the president of the association, and 3 other persons nominated by the president, at least 2 of whom are women. And the chairperson and other members of the board shall be appointed by the president in accordance with Article 70. Now, you want to establish the position of a secretary to the board. I think that's the intention of the drafters in crafting clause 21. But they want that secretary to the board to be a professional lawyer. or legal person. So they are using the term solicitor secretary. Solicitor secretary to the board. Now, what he's added is that the intention is to make that secretary the head of the legal department. So that is what we are to sort out. Do we need to use the term, because the term solicitor means a different thing in UK, very different in Ghana. Yes, please, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am comfortable with the amendment that is already made by the chair at 21(1), that the term be changed to Director of the Legal Department. However, I am praying that instead of deleting the clause 21(2), we have to save it and then change the Solicitor General to Director of the Legal Department. So it will read, a person shall not be designated as the Director of the Legal Department to the board unless the person has a professional legal qualification and the experience to perform the functions referred to in subsection 3. And then it will be saved. So please consider that proposal.
Yeah, Chairman, you see the difficulty that with your amendment, your proposed amendment is that when you come to 2 and you say that a person shall not be designated as Director of the Legal Department, is that what you are saying? Well, I think I'm not sure whether that is something that will fit here, because here your focus is to create the Solicitor Secretary to the board. Now, if you use a clause under this to also create another position, then you are even confusing the reader or whoever is applying the law, because here the heading is that Solicitor Secretary to the board. So you necessarily have to talk about that position. If you are now going to use a sub-clause to describe, to create, as it were, another office, or describe the qualification of another office, which is not the Solicitor Secretary, you may be confusing the reader. So I take comfort that the EPA has already an established organogram that says that if you are going to be head of the legal department, you must be a lawyer. And with that background, I think it should suffice if you just say the authority shall designate a person, the head or the Director of the Legal Department to be the Solicitor Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Speaker, you proposed earlier, I am also not very sure of the term Solicitor Secretary. I looked at the definition and Solicitor Secretary is not defined. So if it is a secretary to the board that you want to appoint, why can't we be simplistic and say that the authority shall designate a person appointed under Section 22 as secretary to the board instead of head of department? Then you can create another clause that the person shall, you can go on with the two, that the secretary must be a lawyer. You can save that. And then you can insert another clause to say that the person would be the head of the legal department. But a solicitor secretary, it becomes a term of art that is known to this bill. And if you want to maintain that, then I think that must be defined in the definition section, that the person would be the secretary and also the head. I think that would save it. But for now, If you are not sure, let's abandon head of department, head of legal department, and then because it is secretary to the board that you intend to create here. And you are saying that that person must be a lawyer. And you have to save the two clauses. Thank you.
Speaker, I think we can also go with the rendition that indeed, Solicitor Secretary is a terminology. Even if we use a secretary, it should not harm anything. So the authority shall designate the director of the legal department as the secretary to the board.
I asked a question earlier, and my question has not been addressed. My question was, should the head of legal necessarily be the secretary to the board? And it's a matter of practice. Yeah, I know, but there are circumstances that sometimes. So I'm asking, we've already legislated on that. So if you have a point, just rise and say it, because people are interested in what you're saying.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was drawing my respected colleagues' attention to the fact that previously, even in company registration, anybody could be a secretary. But this House legislated on that matter, where we specifically enacted the law which stipulated that for that secretary role, the person must be a lawyer. So that is the state of the law. So I was only trying to guide his thoughts on that accordingly. So it is inconsistent with what we've already legislated on. So
the clause 21 seems to be trying to incorporate so many things into that clause. The appointment of a secretary to the board should not be a function of the president. The president deals with the heads and board members. But as to who should be the secretary to the board, should be a determination of that organization, not president. That's the first thing. Now, clause 21 is focused on secretary to the board. That's the intention. And they are saying that the secretary to the board must be a legal person, a professional lawyer. And so I think we have to delink that from 22. Because 22 is dealing with those that are appointed by the president. So the president shall, in accordance with this, appoint. So that is not part of the appointees that the president will make. But we should now focus on just making sure that it's clear that the secretary to the board, which has been established earlier on, must be a lawyer. That's all what 21 is trying to capture. By the use of the term solicitor secretary is what is adding some doubt, because the terminology differs from just secretary to the board, solicitor secretary. So the heading or the head note should be secretary to the board. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct. I agree with the guidance from you. Secretary to the board, that should be enough. That should just suffice. So if he could...
Then from there, the others will flow.
Yes.
Through.
So, Mr. Speaker, that would mean that after amending that head note, we would amend the subclause 1 as well.
Yes.
Which has the
Yes.
solicitor secretary. And then if you come to subclause 2, line 1, so wherever we find solicitor secretary,
you delete,
we amend saying delete the solicitor and just maintain secretary.
Yes. Chairman, would that?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that's okay. That's fine.
So, honorable members, this is informal stage, consideration stage. So we could first allow the chairman to move the first motion on the head note, delete and insert
Speaker,
secretary to the board.
Delete solicitor secretary and replace with secretary to the board.
Honorable members, the motion is that head note, delete solicitor secretary and insert secretary. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now we go to the clause 21(1). So 21(1) will now read: the secretary to the board shall be the director of the legal department. Are we okay? Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that we had come to a conclusion that 21(1) would read: the authority shall designate a person as secretary to the board. Then at 2, we would correct we will do away with the solicitor and maintain the secretary. That was my understanding.
No, I agree with you, but to ensure that that secretary is the one that heads the legal department, that's what I was trying to put in. So you are killing two birds with one stone. Clearly, he's the secretary to the board, and he should head the legal department, but he cannot be under another head. But that should be the final legal authority in the Environmental Protection Authority. You understand? So I agree with you. It should be the authority shall designate the secretary to the board, who shall be the head of the legal department. Something of that nature. Yes, craft it properly.
I propose to make it neater. The authority shall designate the head of the legal department to be the secretary to the board. Designate the head of the department to be the secretary to the board.
Yes, I'm being advised that by the draft person that the better rendition should be: the authority shall designate the director of the legal department as secretary to the board. Yes, that's it.
Mr. Speaker, these institutions, sometimes they say director, general manager, head. My view is that
this law is supposed to have a life. So let's look in the beyond and maintain the head. The head. No matter how that person is described, once is the overall boss of that department, it fits into that position. So
director.
Yes, no, instead of director, your earlier suggestion to us, which suggestion found favor with the chair of the Constitution and Legal Committee, is most suitable, Mr. Speaker.
So, Chair, constitutional, put the rendition so that I note it down, then I can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition I put, I think the drafter gave, but I propose that the authority shall designate the head of the legal department to be the secretary to the board.
So, honorable members, it's the same from the draft person. The authority shall designate the head of the legal department as secretary to the board. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, the earlier decision on clause 21, subclause 1 has been withdrawn. Is there any issue on that? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, leadership recognizes the energy in the House, but there are some intervening matters that will require us to do some further winnowing. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll pray for consideration to be put on ice for the time being, and then we'll come back after the further consideration.
Do we defer it or we adjourn
Mr. Speaker, we'll defer.
We defer.
No, Mr. Speaker, for today, this is supposed to be the last.
This is the last action.
Yes, this is the last business as agreed upon. So the prayer is for us to defer to do further winnowing and consultation, and then when we come tomorrow, we'll take it up. I thank you, sir.
Yes, what's the pleasure of the House?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I share what the majority leader has just stated. It's almost 4:30, and I think we can take adjournment
Honorable
and do
members,
further consultation.
to make it neater, we'll defer consideration of clause 21 so that on the next sitting, the consideration stage will commence from clause 21. With that understanding, I proceed to adjourn the House. But before that, the consideration stage of the Environmental Protection Bill is deferred to the next sitting. Honorable members, taking clue from the House, I proceed to adjourn the sitting for today. And sitting is hereby adjourned till tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. Sitting adjourned.